A very good evening to you. Welcome to the news at 11. My name is Evan Zunokugi. 12 suspected cultists have been arrested and 2 apartments allegedly used as court initiation centers sealed by the operatives of the Edo State Special Security Squad, codenamed Operation Flushout Cultists and Kidnappers, during coordinated raids across several parts of Benin City. The operation followed the killing of a young man near the main gates of the University of Benin on Sunday. The report filed by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Ikpomwusa Ogiagbe.
The Chief Security Officer and Principal Security Officer to Governor Monday Okpebholo led the raids carried out in Ikosodi, Isio, Old Road off S&T Barracks, Airport Road, 19th Street, Ugbowo, Ogba, Ewodia, and Ewomori quarters. Spokesperson for the security squad, Noah Idemudia, said intelligence reports indicate that some community youths known as Okayele are allegedly aiding criminal activities and harboring illegal weapons linked to violent attacks across the state. Idemudia warned community leaders and Okayele to ensure peace within their domains, stressing that anyone found with unlicensed weapons would be treated as a criminal. He clarified that the 12 suspects arrested were not directly linked to the killing near the Unibank gate, but were allegedly identified as members of different cult groups after incriminating materials and symbols were reportedly recovered from them. The suspects have since been handed over to the anti-cultism unit of the Edo State Police Command for further investigation and profiling.
We have gotten intel that most of these sophisticated weapons, these weapons that they use in carrying out these deadly assassination activities here in Edo State, comes from communities.
According to the squad spokesperson, one of the sealed apartments located at Ogba Ewodia was allegedly being used for court initiation activities, while another property at Ewomori quarters reportedly contained shrines and fetish objects suspected to be linked to court rituals. Owners of both properties have been invited for questioning. Idemudia also warned against planned court anniversary celebrations in the state, saying security operatives have been directed to arrest anyone involved in unlawful gatherings linked to court groups. Ikpomwusa Ogiagbe, ITV News.
In the meantime, not less than 119 crime suspects linked to offenses ranging from kidnapping, courtesan, armed robbery, murder, rape, and defilement to unlawful possession of firearms and other crimes have been arrested by the Edo State Police Command. The Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, disclosed this during a press briefing in Benin City on Tuesday, where he also officially launched the command's violence crime response unit. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo has the details.
Presenting the command's operational scorecard from March 2026 to date, CP Monday Agbonika confirmed the arrest of 55 suspected kidnappers, including members of a notorious kidnapping syndicate allegedly led by Yusuf Azan, popularly known as Dogo Yellow, accused of terrorizing part of Edo Central Senatorial District. The police commissioner also revealed that 15 suspected cultists, 8 armed robbery suspects, and 15 murder suspects were arrested within the period under review.
3 suspects were arrested for unlawful possession of firearms, as well as 58 kidnapped victims who were successfully rescued. Permit me to also express serious concern over the disturbing incidents of rise in sexual and gender-based violence in the state. Within the last 2 months alone, the command has arrested over 23 sexual assault suspects. Our recoveries made include 2 AK-47 rifles, 6 pump-action guns, 7 locally made firearms, 13 cartridges, and other caliber ammunition.
CP Agbonika thereafter announced the establishment of the Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRU, a specialized tactical team created to combat violent crimes across the state. The unit will be headed by CSP Osagi Gospower Etiosa.
This is to specially commend and honor uncommon professionalism and outstanding commitment to crime-fighting operations through the successful busting of kidnappers and enclaves and rescue of kidnapped victims during coordinated tactical operations. The Commissioner of Police, Edo State, proudly recognizes your outstanding service and encourages you to sustain this commendable standard.
A tactical crime-fighting vehicle was also unveiled to strengthen the operational capacity of the newly established unit in tackling crime across the Edo State. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Away from that now, members of the press corps attached to Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo on Monday held a solemn service in honor of their late colleague Kingsley Uchegbu, a correspondent attached to the governor's office who passed away after a brief illness on the 6th of May 2026. The report by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Osemudiame Osaigi.
The service, held in an atmosphere of reflection and prayers, was presided over by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Dr. Patrick Akere Ebujele. Dr. Ebujele said the event was organized to pay respect to a friend, brother and colleague, Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu, whose life impacted many within and outside the Government House press family. Reflecting on the certainty of life and death, Dr. Ebujele said death remains the only certainty in life, irrespective of status or wealth.
One thing I have learned is that either we become rich, become famous, become poor, it's not certain. The only certain thing in life is death.
Special advisor to the governor on electronic media, Paul Izenwa, described late Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu as a committed and dependable professional whose legacy would continue to inspire those who worked with him.
Uche lived a life that touched every one of us. Uche talks less, but does more. So be appealing to God and for his soul to be received in heaven.
Delivering the sermon, Government House chaplain Apostle Sule Faraday, who urged those present to appreciate God for the impactful life lived by late Kingsley Uchegbu. He said the occasion should be seen as a moment of thanksgiving rather than despair.
It's a time you begin to thank God for the life our late brother Kingsley Uchegbu lived. It's a time to thank God that he has a family.
Among dignitaries present at the service were the executive assistant to the governor, Mr. Fred Oyabure, special advisor on communication, strategy and media projects, Godswill Inegbe, and special advisor on new media and visual communication, Jackson Monday Isangofon, among others. Osemudeme Osagi, ITV News.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has promised that Edo State will be taken to enviable heights with rapid infrastructural developments before the end of his first term in office. He gave the assurance on Tuesday while inspecting several ongoing road and erosion control projects across Edo North Senatorial District. The report filed by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Williams Yama.
The inspection tour took Governor Monday Okpebholo to key project sites in Benin City, including the Ekiwa University of Benin Road, also known as Temboga Road Extension, Oba Ediawa Road off Upper Mission Road, Ikpoba Hill Flyover, and erosion control project, as well as the Adesua Flyover on Sapele Road. Speaking with journalists during the tour, Governor Okpebholo expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work, especially at the Adesua Flyover, Sapele Road, Benin City, where sections of the road have already been asphalted.
So you can see the extent of work that has been done in those places. A lot has been done. We have achieved so much. But believing that by the grace of God, if we continue at this pace, then the sky will be our limit, and Edo will be a modern city.
The Edo State Governor also highlighted ongoing drainage and stormwater management projects aimed at tackling erosion challenges in parts of the state. He maintained that his administration remained committed to infrastructure development and credited President Bola Tinubu's support and the renewed hope agenda for the progress recorded so far.
The stormwater drain, which is 7 kilometers into the river. I'm also very grateful to the contractors, to our president, who is ever supporting, the ever supporting president.
Residents of the affected communities welcomed Governor Okpebholo warmly, praising the rehabilitation of abandoned roads and ongoing erosion control projects in their areas.
This road, they were neglected. It has been very, very bad for the past years. But we were lucky to have seen this. Just remember.
The man do better. If you see mud, where they pass for there before, know the pity. Now the tea, now pull our road too. We the pass before. Now it come do and come fine for our. No see God go bless this kind of person. We do this thing. Just name I pray.
William Siama, ITV News.
As part of activities to mark the 27th Founders Day celebration of Igbinedion University Okada, a solemn and uplifting Thanksgiving service has been held at the university's Chapel of Grace Okada. The colorful service drew an impressive gathering of distinguished guests, academics, residents of Okada community, students and well-wishers from different walks of life. The report by Williams Babayem is presented by Pius Nsogo.
In an atmosphere filled with joy and reverence, the university's management team, led by the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, joined the congregation in a spirited procession to the altar to offer thanks to God for the institution's enduring legacy and continued growth. Taking the first Bible reading, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, who was represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Professor George Izebuwa, reflected the spirit of unity and gratitude that defined the occasion.
Oh, give thanks unto God for His mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of Lords, His mercy endureth forever. To Him who alone doeth great wonder.
The sermon was delivered by Reverend Father Richard Ozioko, who charged the congregation to remain steadfast in faith, service, and dedication to excellence, while commending the university for its remarkable contributions to education and national development over the past 27 years.
We must be healers, and not just healers alone, but what? Do one. The word of God. That's what the Lord is trying to tell us. And He said in Matthew chapter 7, verse 21 to 23, not everyone who says to me, Lord, 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 will enter the kingdom.
Very successful, inspiring. We had about 6 ministers, invited guests, and it was a blast.
I learned that they must be generous in our life. The same way the founder of the university, Igbinedion Estama.
27 years is not easy, so we bless God for His presence, His faithfulness, His guidance, and we thank our founder for making this edifice here. We bless God's name for using him.
The Thanksgiving service was a fitting demonstration of gratitude to God for an opportunity to mark yet another Founders Day celebration, leaving worshippers inspired and hopeful for an even brighter future for the institution. The Founders Day lecture comes up on Saturday 16. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
And with that story now, we're in the news tonight on Independent Television. Thanking you for watching. My name is Evan Sunokogi. To have a pleasant night. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hey,
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbom Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residence of the Odionwe and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Igbenedion, with his family, on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Eda Ogbedo Onse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Ọba tó pé Osanore Umadogemo Akmoye ni awore wae nori ọba Osanore ọba Umadogemo Akmoye ni awore wae Abuki sivyoke o. Abuki sivyoke ko. Amira na yoki. Ebi na yo ku osaye yewe. Ete no ku yede to kumaka. Aba jano. Bahu manjo.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazegno, Overo, Ovesniagbo, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Wabotao edonewa edonewa ire wabe nege kai wabi damiho egere se ni maya dugie ibota na okpe no gisun na ya boedo ade ogisun na ya sie mokoko na ya sie gbekoko ayire wa otane gbesori medo atoka mama enwa ni eni no kokwa aga webo na ya ga hewi na hia ina ya inye o ibota utamai ota aninyowa binu kisema gbonwe binu ya nyikere ni ade omoe ade utano uta ni makiari la dare na ke yewe no yino no yezu malele utedo esowe mi esi no esowe mi dano o ewe o keke nukuri owo boy yoto ora bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he esowe ri aserio we ote befu odo eze unde we awodo ni eme esowe o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mulade na ya wibude yo le domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogumegun eme na okere magwe iyima an atu ni no pa yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke an domo no wa to pe meto me na owo mu no ade na o ire ohen pastor Kabari erima no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zenara we nigade lido imudi ane irin ma gba kan ni kataba o iwe o wa no ku bo eku no ro wodo ni no do mana e oke di uto odo mae oke do befu odo mae ni ma yi wa han wo kike na ni ano yi ma we na mo yin na lade na dia oke iwe oku na bowa obo ifune o wa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni maye no ma ifun ya gbese ana mo na gwa lo wo be oku na ke lae ona do mi o wa ni ebo eri amo ye mi o wa ni ebo ona ha mo do we mi o wa pa ni tawada bo na do la o odonari go na ya asa ana lawani ogbukpe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ina domana he wi go ni asa ekpogo kiyen ojo ori aduwa ni ho ni de yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odowun e mari o to e ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odona we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ba na we ayi wa ka ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na obukhana nori awa no gbena na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wa na owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo ejima ma when we retire na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go rioto o matamoda fun ofo o metin rioto o metin bowa so pa ona ga ofo no ro gbodo go mana tamoda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia nwa o odo o osalobo anu pogeva ogoku opia odion ugbe yen ugbe ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to ugu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we beri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo kian suwe ya gun aluto
dona ga okwiesi
yo kian suwe ya gun aluto yo kian mudia gbogbo bo wa ni supa nu gbe ya ni oto nu ya bo wa be no da fon ma oga hon ege no didi ja hon o pe ani mana ko egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri yan
wese
domosa
ya no tare on da do ya ekpita we ope amenye ohugbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na ladian meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladian me peti uwe na oge ibota eso we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo nyine no ga yin iyabo ameru wajebe na miewe ona roge no paroge megibe nota serio ala de doka we opana ya uge ma we ini ene bo wania otomera ibe ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho ina yeti ewe ina de ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yen ego ni ana ya so gbe ona be gele la wo wa mimu na re no wina so pa gbeso ya gbuzole ha gbozole va gbeso pede ya no ya mo ho yi ute oga rodo oga ire o ma gi egun nele kalubi ya o ogo na wo ri sege yen na ana go kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yen na de go la de yen ego gi ma ya so na ya gbori le otonare munu eri ma wa re erowi dana ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di ana ya gbolu yena gada we yena we ye so igbena owena ya meken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake gbe ke ba temu ana bi woma yena di ge 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yegi se na 12 yede no e wana ni ge ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa enonya egbe mara enonya tipa re webu ogere lukune ere wa tata amagi ni amawo de mo yo eno wa no mu yi ni akeka ofunoro ha pe ana okura ori ke ise ezo ni ana wa wo be ri go re ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze ge we ni yo to owo ezeyin eye zeyo okuna la wi na ya zedio ina agwa lu to kere ri ni awe mudari ke wa mune ogwa di yo unda ye na doji awo ya se gbe mi na re wo wa owe ge se yo pa azire ba yo pa wona o na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi e to ni e bo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo bo ni le ebe we ri o owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo re we e ma tade na la gele ni opu ade dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko no mi we o mu di ake we ni egele iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o negbe egbo we do bi bude we ari ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si e pie so waro no ji ku oni ni me igbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma geno oko no metin go ebo ma mudia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mu ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oko ni mi emi to emi go ora wa gun owe iyan ta wara
iyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wara
iyan gele no
ige bae eze ige esuku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de yi mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na we gbobo ehian wa kun amulo pe ani tokian zi onegbe egbopo we ri o mo bobo wa le o le ndu ni wo pe ani ndaga en go me wanara o mi oga en go me sele o mi o mana rie ne okori de so ne gbe mi we do okori ge sunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wa le te onyin me no gba so pan onyin mi pe ari bun osie ni ku ni bun na we gbe iberio
wesi edolowo me wa ho mi yi mana ya na ege yi ma opoko atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke ke ni ma hotel ewu mana we oko egwo ma dioma gi agba muso gi agba ma oko ki ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon na agba ma ibi no wa na ati help meet gi akoko we na sira oko ki okbi ara zuru mama agbon oko ri obo bae unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege nota owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe oban mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawu yo bonu e ma ta no emi no salo bazun da eri oku olopia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi we e monye so ba ke sukure abawo ni arigo na ye ye igbo ko neria uda gi me sano je oge kan amunene okoda munobo oso amogie ne bo ye gi de gbo ko di e memo e moni gi de gbo ko bi an rabu wa e gba ma be ri o baga gele gbode na temata edunu peru nu da be ni mata ba eni osi ni no ko na zo de nu da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni maka ni o kya do alu pe ani o maka ni o kya do awu tabo se ba eye o mu eni gbe odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye kya ga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mu wa no ya go pe ani mu wa ope no ma mu egbe ni makata si we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku be kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo ule ke ni jena la wo hu na epopo me e ko fo me osobo ke ye ni zio owe ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we adobodi uhu wo be ra agwe na mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we o me go ya muna wa ego no ya bowa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obowa ni na okpa ni obo eni okpa ni aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugi e bota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go no okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi e na adofie ne yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo ogwo ni kewu o ma ebo pe ni yari ogwa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu ope ni ne mo ko be no ka bi ene ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi jia yo ni se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to bi je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni ne na wo wi agboto na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to ogwo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi jia ne mo bo e de nu ya gbe ba re ni o na ni na mo gba lo to e ma e ani gba lo to ma no gbolu yo oni we ri ya o he ni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbobo nyawu ite ya mo erari oho no riwo ya doto we na wa egun e doto nda o no mo gberi oto na wa e nda o ne beti submissiveness o mo gberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi eni keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese bu me do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e we we ugbo doto ogwo ni gele we ye moto keke yire ni a ogwo ni de oto ho mi we na yari oto na re kiye una ya mu no ho una ya danyo ogwo ni wu ni a mu da we ogwo no pa bi ene amari go na mo ye wa ni amami oto mo ana ya mu yite ebe re ri o iho na egbinye re ri o ogwo ya yi iho kan iye ibo ka gbe e na gwa kana
ikpeso wa gele ro nunyimi ya eso wa ga odazoe odazowa
evamia o ro wa abi mi no me eva ku gbe a
eso wa me eva
adazo o ya mo wa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no keke no okugaru jina no odazoe no be odazowa no odazoe odazoe ne odazowa yen we no keke wa we enyu ni me odafe no nya wa enyu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwa uji no keke ekin aro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekin aro se ne egbope arerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mese okwo eberi bai okwo awo na kokoko mo hiere no ro odigbagbe feme
wese onda ye yi mo boro ba ya un ta bu wa e okpi abo wa un ta wo wa
okpi ahun ta
bo okpi
o salo bo ya ji e
no dai bon geni e mo ya un ta inina be iwe ni le no keke na lo wa opo ya un ta
beno salo bo ya ji okpi a ona ka ji okpi a ke ju okwo ototo okpi a oji unda okwo akaji okpi a o salo bo akaji okpi a ohunta okpi a o be kan mo ko we iwe mewe do meme ogwo okpi a keke no ko ojo okwo okpi a ojo okwo
we so wa to pe ma me obonu we la ri na na re ye na mi we adosin kana o ika bo bi tagbe me ni pi eso no ya wo ko we ra owere no ko
oni me no gba
what is it oni ri ma we no ko wi okpi a
ọmọ jebe mi ọmọ jebe ejebe ọkàn no okpia si bugwe no ko adogwa okpia okpia eke no riri akin oge o tema le kwina ana mo bogwe okpia ebegwebo okwo na bowa okwe asiyo
okay agwa wo ko bowa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo na mi okodo nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe okwo na mu ekun soto ona aruji no da fun okpiani obe egwe to kwo ni ri uji niyen ege gwe ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda okwo o vie be no pe agwale uji be boko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji ahwe mama no se bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese edunogo me wa hebe ni magwan we ma yana na de si we ohu mo wo sokbia emi agwa sukma oheke we emi no bia maseti ohu lori iwara we agbari yi megbe nda ana mi wo bia we hin erebo na ri yubonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbo we ya fe momo bana yi mi wo ko ri wa ori egbe yebo ninu ipe so itegbe nu ogun atuagbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wa ni ogun ejo woho ogun ido bo wa yesi lele owa wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na ga o pe ano he ni gbo saloba no gbo ni gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to bo ga bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edono peru ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to boye yin na weri o be no na mu e pe o ne odo o ma wu go weri o ta ma wa yi o to boye lai la no bi yeke na ri o to no gba wa gode ma me e gode ma e gba we we ye wa ma e o wa mama agboru ugbo kene ori eye wo me o ko se di wa bibi pa ina na mi we mo mo we ọwọ́ àpá ẹ̀rọ ní màgìbọ́ òkú ó ní ìdárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́ kọ́ ọ̀nà ọgbẹ́ gbé kọ́ ọjà ẹ̀gbọ́n òkú rí ọ̀kí so pánà ìní ẹ̀nẹ́wẹ́ ìrí ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákín òkú ẹsẹ̀ tí gbàgbọ́ wọn mẹ́ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí òtọ̀bí ọ̀bẹ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọ̀gbẹ́lù ọ̀gá àwọn èèyàn ọ̀dọ̀ bọ́ wa ní ọ̀bẹ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkànmẹ́ náà àrẹ tí máa ní kẹ́ gbọ̀nkànmẹ́ náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ uge mana rantam mana wena do mwela da moge do ebi esi no a so pe na ko ri onoro we o khana do ta yu we o ko ni ri bo ori se wa ni ara aye ana we ni agwaluwa iye na ya agwaluwa wo bo emi ona ka ma da fo emi o wa le o da fo ke ri go la di ana ya asa ana ya reni ya na park ya di wo ko ni ipo ne ní ayé àrùwá ni ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹwẹ́ ọ̀wùhán ọ̀nyá wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà wọ́n ní ẹ̀ ìwó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìmí ẹ̀ ọ̀dìwé ní kẹ́tìkà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní màdá ẹ̀ màá wá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé ara ẹwẹ́ ìlérí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rá ni òhó nílé ẹ̀rọ ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àdébọ̀ bò wá wà kí apá kìákìá dé lálọ́ọ̀dì nára yé nọ pòpò wà kàbà wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wáyé fọpa ǹda ònyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ we ma mo gbe tene utete me re ma ti egbo we yin ni ata adafo na ewo ya anyu ha mu e na spe ko na bu ko gbo oye kere iteta ma na we ni tuwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ara keyo de ri ori no we okewe ya wa ba ni ku ni ne ye no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa ye no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awawa abe tenu wetie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo iko do to we lare okona ma we ni da onye ne won ya ewe no wuna so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kian e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi no o mu na wa ida we re o ke de ni pa re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya kin o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kúwẹ́ kẹ́wẹ́ gbéwé rí ọ gí a máa rọ̀ wẹ́ ká yí rígó làdìá òrìyè ní lọ́pìá lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni where Nigona, Gualori Bana ya doto, Uyere Biamani Aro Wamagele de, Ori de, Una de Rigo Ladia where Gaya Bolu, Biamani Aro, Opiari Magele Bolu, Muweni Dai, where the man lele dena ko dena keka, Wage, ilo boy, Yere no ye, Ayi, Guezo de Kotu, why you call highway, ya woman, ebe no boma dia no ka me master we master ri go no wa do ki ekere o we ya woman no hinia we ke ne ke no ma kwa yi e una da e na wa ri go we ya he we ona wo e ona ebi ma oluwe o ona je ase o sa ba no la o unda eni ma mu la de na okay kaka boy isi okoru te do we ohubowa le e awu awo no ohubowa so pe we eru no bu ya guru olokpe ani e no tamae igo gweno aya riuto tamae igo gweno ya gbolu owi e mo bobo gbega yi ni ele ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba tie wa ni ya so sewe e ina to bo me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo e abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae we na egbove we ga go ho bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dènà wújí náà kó àná níwẹ̀ ènìwẹ̀ náà àdèmọ̀ ẹ̀ ìyá ó yọ kó àná bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mẹ̀jẹ̀dẹ̀ náà náà ọ̀wùkàmí náà di mọ́tò mi mẹ́tí wàá fi ẹ́ ìwà fi o àwọn àdùpà náà ọbẹ̀ yẹn ìmágbẹ́ ọ̀wùkàmí ẹjọ́ ẹ bá màá náà mú díẹ̀ ìbò tàná sẹ̀ fún ọbẹ̀ kìí ẹ̀dọ́ ìyá ọ̀fọ̀ ìgbésàgbà ayẹyẹ wà kì í máa yẹ wáyé nàìjíríà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ìṣẹ́.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Loki Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbenedion, Agbom Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
We're very glad to welcome you to the show this morning on ITV. As you know, we always look into issues in order to deepen practice concerning how to make the government better for it, for the citizenry. And we always say this and share light into this, that you take away the people from the government, then government could cease to exist. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukbo. We look into what makes the government usually embark on borrowing spree, and just recently, before the one that came up just recently, we had a $560 million loan that have been begging for questions about what could be an end to this aspect of borrowing in Nigeria. Well, the federal government did say that the money, $516 million loan, will be used for the Sokoto Superhighway, Sokoto-Lagos Superhighway. And again, a recent one just popped in, and economists will tell you that there's nothing wrong in borrowing, but what you use the money for is another issue. And of course, we expect that all of this will be tackled headlong, where we see respite coming in economic reforms, and of course build up capacity in economic boost in Nigeria. Just recently, there's another begging for a response from the World Bank, $1.25 million, and again, that is raising questions, because that will also increase our external debt to 76 trillion naira. Of course, our public debt total will be over 160 trillion naira. Well, joining me is Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good morning, Anu.
Good morning, Philip.
Yeah, does that surprise you all? What do you have to say in that direction?
Well, certainly not, because the issue of borrowing, I feel it's kind of like synonymous now to the current government of the day. But let's actually have context to this current loan that is actually in the pipe, just to put it out there that it has not been approved yet. But the proposed loan is titled Nigeria Action for Investment and Jobs Acceleration, and it's expected to be presented for approval on June 26, 2026, about 6 months and 21 days before the January 16th, 2027 presidential election. Now, according to the revised timetable of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, so if this loan is approved, the loan will rank as the second largest single World Bank facility secured under President Bola Tinubu, behind only the $1.5 billion reforms for economic stabilization to enable transformation development policy financing approved in June 2024. Now, let's even talk about the country's total debt as it stands today. You should be aware of this, that the country's public total debt would rise. It would also rise from 159.28 trillion naira, as it is actually standing now, right, to at least 160.98 trillion naira. Now, in dollar terms, Nigeria's total public debt could rise from $110.97 billion to about $112.22 billion if the facility is eventually approved and fully disbursed. So over time in Nigeria, we've actually dragged the current administration, Nigerians have, why we keep on borrowing every single time. And I remember in a recent interview with the president had when he was speaking at a FEC meeting in Abuja, he said that borrowing is not leprosy. According to him, borrowing is not leprosy, and if they have the need and see the need to borrow, they would definitely borrow again. Now, this is still the same government where the presidency, with the spokesperson Bayo Onanuga, reacting and responding to persons calling in on why we keep on borrowing, and he said that borrowing is not a sin. Really, what is actually needed is what is done with all of the monies. And just recently, we also had another video that went viral with the former Central Bank of Nigeria, Sanusi, where he said, why are we still borrowing with all of the monies, all of the FEC allocation that the state governors are receiving at this point? Why do we still keep on having those humongous monies being borrowed? What is being done with the fuel subsidies, you know, savings that we ought to have? What is happening there? Well, on the other side, we're having an insane conversation regarding perhaps it's all being kept for election come 2027. So it's really quite a whole lot that is happening right now with the politicking arena in Nigeria. A lot of things to talk about, Philip.
Well, they say the more you look, the less you see. And if you look into that, you critique that. It's going to tell you the Nigerian story about what politics is about and, of course, what the leaders do every day. Not forgetting the fact that Nigeria has been all through this. You may mention a fact concerning the fuel subsidy removal that's expected to have earned some savings. But again, what are we doing with that? And the writer of this narrative, I don't know why the correlation with it that has to do with the presidential election. But he said, just 6 months to and 21 days to the presidential election. This one is coming up. It's for the Sokoto Superhighway. But for us to have the election reminding us about a few months to the election, well, that could also tell us what politicians may be thinking in the offing in that report. But, well, we just want to believe that the Nigerian government should be proactive and not reactive, and should make sure that it finds all lasting solutions to the problems, you know, before it. And it's not bad, like the economists would say, in borrowing, but what do you use the money for? We keep borrowing and, of course, spending it on recurrent expenditures, but what about the capital projects, which the president did say that he's going to embark upon? But let's see how that goes. Some will say, well, we have roads that are connected, but they're bad. So why don't you, first of all, place attention on fixing these roads that are connected before looking for roads where there are no roads? But we want to believe that these projects will come to fruition. And of course, it won't be an abandoned project in the course of the day. Well, we will be also be joined from the Abuja studio, where we have good morning, good to have you join us from Abuja.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Patricia Anuoluakbo. Very good morning to you, Nigerians. Welcome to This Morning on ITV, a program that all the time, give you all that you need to know concerning politics, and what have you. And today in Abuja studio, which will be in issue of DC, zoning the presidential ticket to the south. The APC already has that with President Bola Tinubu. The ADC is yet to, with the zoning. And that's why, from what we have seen in the ADC, the northern one that has the form, and for the PRP, for the APP, well, the issue simply remains if you have the kit, South may, have a seamless process in terms of, challenging the APC's candidate, who is, of course, the sitting president. In 2023, the votes of all the opposition parties put together was more than the vote garnered by the APC. I mean, over 14 votes compared to the 14 million vote compared to the 8 million vote that the president scored. So if the various political parties contending to unseat the president can't come together, have a particular zone, to be presented as the presidential candidate, it may go a long way in the battle to unseat President Bola Tinubu. But of course, the issue, coalition and all the political parties coming together to present a single candidate like is done in, of course, the U.S., may also give the president a run for his money. But how can that happen is what we shall be looking at in today's edition of the program, This Morning on ITV.
Thank you so much, Joseph Kadri. A lot you said there concerning politics and basically who's going to be in the #1 seat of the president, come 2027. And of course, sometimes you wonder, it raises a lot of questions. Politicians do seek power. But again, after they've gotten power, do they concentrate that power to serve the people? Well, they usually call themselves public servants. But sometimes I want to question what they do in office, because they are supposed to give account of it, most especially when they make promises and at the end of the day, the promises fly without being fulfilled. Well, good morning, Patricia Gabriel from Lagos studio. You look great. Well, we sincerely apologize for the poor connectivity from Lagos studio. Many things happen when we talk about politics, and we understand the fact that, the deadline for defections by virtue of the register that should be submitted to INEC, elapsed at 10th May, just 2 days ago. Absolutely. So again, that shows that the defections saga, for those who want to be players in the 2027, is closed. But again, the crisscross that went on, all of the rampage that went on prior to the deadline, really raises questions about what are politicians really working about for? Absolutely. Are they really after the people? or they're after their pockets?
Well, in the words of the presidency, Bayo Onanuga precisely, he says he called Peter Obi a political nomad. So any of the politicians who move from one party to another, you attack the political nomad. But I think most of politicians in Nigeria, there is no one single person that has a cross carpet from one party to another. Even the current president that we have, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, at some point or the other, he moved. Okay, so it's not a new thing, but it was really, really funny and hilarious for those persons who were questioning the movement of Rabiu Kwankwaso and Peter Obi to the NDC, and they did say that, you know what, we're going to stay in the ADC. At the 11th hour, I was shocked to my marrow to see some persons move to the NDC, and it says a lot about the kind of, you know, political persons that we have in the country. Are you really moving for the interest of the citizens, or you're moving for yourself? Do we practice ideology in Nigeria? I know we've had the conversation several times, and we've actually stamped it on the fact that I don't think we practice a politics of ideology in Nigeria like we have in, you know, other parts of the world, where we have the Labour and then we have, you know, the other one. But I remember Peter Obi during the NDC convention that happened on Saturday, where he said that, I know a lot of persons are saying, oh, you've moved from this party to this party and then to this party. He said that he's doing it for the good of Nigerians. And then there are some persons that would move because of selfish reasons. Well, but for him, he had to, you know, switch both so as to ensure that we have a better Nigeria, and so that Nigeria will be okay, if you know what I mean.
Nigeria basically will be okay, and it depends on the electorate to determine what's going to happen. The presidential election that is forthcoming, and of course a lot of things could happen, but let's get to make you know that as the electorate, you determine who gets what, when, and how. And so I think we should play down, or we should make sure we find a way to minimize our appetite on, you know, collecting money just because we want to vote one candidate in or whatever. But if we spend the money we've collected in just a pot of soup for a day or two, what happens to the remaining years that person will be in office?
Did you say pot of soup? Bread, actually.
Even bread, a loaf of bread.
How to get a big pot of soup right now? I don't think 5,000 naira would do it.
How
much do they share?
And basically that's what they share. And so, well, it's up to the electorate to determine that, and we want to see how politicians are going to get it at this time without the electorate, you know, determining it. Well, this much we can take on this opening, but don't forget, we will be looking into recent happenings, outbreak of the hantavirus. You know, we just some years back had the pandemic of COVID-19, and again we have this hit of hantavirus. What could this mean for the world, and what could be the challenges that this hantavirus is coming with? I think you will be basically wowed when we have the opportunity to engage with a professor from Novena University, Delta State, and a person of Professor Cyril Otoikian. We'll take a short break after we dive in on the Bon Appetit. To stay.
Independent television and radio.
Yeah, we have to quickly gather pages of the newspapers delivered before we take our first interview, where Professor Cyril Otoikian will be looking into the issues of hantavirus. Well, first read on the pages of the newspaper is on the Daily Independent, and what we have here on the Daily Independent, the big headline begging for attention says, costs of living crisis hollows out Nigeria's insurance sector. That's a big one there. And of course, we get to the top of the cover page. It says Nigeria EU WHO scale up response to 4 major disease outbreaks. And that's actually what is really hitting headlines on outbreaks of diseases and how to tackle it headlong. Fresh crisis looms as ASU accuses federal government of breaching 2025 pact. That's another one. Can we ever have a break on strike actions? Of course, the government will have that to respond to. All right, this says, Ramaphosa condemns attacks on foreign nationals in South Africa. You get that on page 7. And Adeleke deposes Osun monarch sentenced to prison in the U.S. You get that on page 6. INEC to mobilize 1.4 million core members for 2027 election. You get it on page 29. And of course, APC denies disqualifying Fubara loyalists for Rivers Assembly. Nigeria headline indicators stabilize, but fiscal pressures persist. And a lot here. Well, let's get this. It says federal government scraps UTMA requirement for NCE applicants. Pegs varsity cut-off mark at 150 and poly at 100. Are we improving or we are not? Well, cut-off mark for universities 150. That's a big one.
Well, you know, there's actually a report that actually says the current generation, the Gen Z, the Generation Z, I think the IQ is a bit lower than the millennial, and that has sparked conversation as regards where are we moving forward or we're moving backward? How did we get here? And in the next couple of years, what are we going to be seeing? Who are those that are going to be our doctors? Because right now, every single young person, a Gen Z, just want to be on social media, content creator, and make money online, right? So I don't know if the federal government is still into that decision, because I remember, you know, a couple of years ago, it was pegged at 200 for the benchmark for, you know, the minimum for admission into schools, and now we're seeing 150. Okay,
well, don't forget again, there's this gap between the northern region and of course the southern region in terms of academic performance. Could that also be the reason? Like you said, there could be multifarious reasons for this, but let's see how it goes. And that's it on the Daily Independent headlines.
Now, the Daily Sun newspaper is up next, leading with the major headline that says, rules for 11th Assembly. Senate sets 14-day deadline for senators-elect to be sworn in. Subwriter says to declare seats vacant thereafter. On page 6, details of that on the Daily Sun today. Anambra begins crackdown on suspected fake doctors. Well, Chukwuma Charles Soludo doing the Lord's work right there in Anambra State on page 29. In business news, banks withdraw 1.76 trillion naira from CBN, keep more cash ahead of elections. Okay, well, malpractice, WAEC unveils tough measures for 1.9 million candidates. Subwriter says promises to avert last year's errors, leading to review of results on page 26. PGF crisis, forum demands Tinubu's intervention on page 5. Federal government okays 150 minimum admission score for VASTI's nursing colleges. Subwriter says fixes 100 for polytechnics, waives UTME for NCE applicants. ASU warns of industrial crisis over delay in agreement implementation. And finally, on the Daily Sun this morning, federal government reforms reason economy thriving despite U.S.-Iran war global crisis. Who is speaking? Hope Uzodinma, the governor of Imo State, on page 26.
Oh, well, let's look at the Daily Trust, where issues concerning security is still raising questions. And we have it on the Daily Trust. Says, is Tinubu changing security architecture? That's a question someone should answer. And of course, let's look at it on the top of the headlines. It says, top of the cover page, it says, 16-year-old Daniela Owoye emerges 2026 UTME highest scorer. Thumbs up to the champion of the UTME for this level, 2026. Well, highest scorer to 16-year-old Daniela Owoye that made headlines. Quarter says another judge orders arrest of ex-minister Salim Aman. Arrest of ex-minister Salim Aman. For what reason? Well, you go dig into the story on the Daily Trust. 500, this is alarming. 500 naira pepper and tomatoes disappear from markets as prices skyrocket. I think this is a very, very troubling trend, troubling story. Because if we have this as a challenge, then it's going to fall on us in terms of what we buy in the restaurant or hotels. How do we tackle this?
Well,
500 naira
well,
pepper.
indeed, it's a big question. But if we go back to the Daily Sun newspaper, the last headline I actually read out was Hope Uzodinma saying the federal government reform reasons economy thriving despite the U.S.-Iran war. I feel like it's conflicting reports with us now saying that 500 naira pepper, and it's really not even big, or tomatoes is now disappearing, or has finally disappeared from the market. It says a lot about the economy, about the ripple effect we're having after the removal of the fuel subsidy, because it's really is a chain.
It's a chain.
If the prices of fuel goes up, every other thing goes up in Nigeria, and then you wonder why. And then there's this usual saying in Nigeria that what goes up doesn't come down, even though the law of gravity says what goes up will definitely come down, but it's a different ballgame here in the country.
It's a different ballgame in the
really
country.
Sad.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at it basically that it could get to a point where we wouldn't even get pepper for 500 naira anymore, because I was opportune some weeks back, and when I got to the market, and
You went to the market?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that is quite shocking.
Surprising. Just for to take some accounts of what's happening.
To
in the
take
market.
account coin.
Do you know that 3 pepper, I don't know what to call it, 3 seed,
Yes, it's.
was sold for 500, 3 seed. So which means basically in time to come, we may not even be having that, you know, even for 1,000 naira. Well, where are we going? Things going up and never coming down.
Cool volumes.
Where are we going? This is a big question.
Oh
And of course, do we continue to borrow and then we see prices, you know, of commodities skyrocketing? And that again will now bring questions about what we are using our monies for. Well, it's important that the federal government will prioritize this and see how it can battle it headlong to bring down the prices of commodities.
Absolutely. Well, we'll now move over to another major newspaper up for review this morning, and up next is the Nation newspaper. Leading with politics, says Atiku attacks NDC over zoning of presidential ticket to South. Subreddit says ex-VP decision taken to favor individual rather than national interest. Okay, well, on page 2 of the Nation, Tinubu in Kenya for France-Africa Economic Cooperation meeting. And funny enough, a viral video actually emanated from that meeting, and we'll have it on TMI socials today. Well, there is plot to destabilize PGF ahead of 2027 elections. What is going on with the Progressive Governors Forum? Well, do well to pick up a copy of the Nation newspaper. Makinde, now our member, says APM BOT chairman on page 3. Uzodinma Bagudu to diplomats. Tinubu's policies rebooted economy. No more UTME for College of Education applicants on page 6. Committee, why we disqualified 56 Rivers Assembly aspirants on page 4. And finally, on the Nation this morning, it says Adeleke, the throne Oshu monarch, jailed for COVID-19 fraud in the U.S. on page 3. Oh, wow. I thought the monarch, it's actually a reserve seat, right? Why are we having this funny report this morning?
Well,
Really
it's quite challenging because we are already in the civic public, so the primordial will go under the civic public. What do you expect? The government will basically look into how it can tackle these issues headlong. But away from there, let's look at the Punch newspaper. And we've been on the trail of the loans being picked by the federal government. It says federal government World Bank in talks over second largest $1.25 billion loan. And that's a big one there. And of course, 322 NNPC, NURPC remit 322 billion naira, 816.9 million naira after Tinubu order. You get that on page 37. And coup plotters reached out for spiritual cover. And this is coming from Cleric. And ISIS moves operations to West Africa. US wants a lot there. Then this very big story about campaigns, who's gonna get what, when, and how. You know, you see that, well, it's all towards the 2027 elections. And again, at the top of the cover page, we just at the side of it, we see this on 2027 presidency Atiku's Northern Ticket campaign faces resistance. Well, this says Tinubu governors eulogize Fasorati at 100. That's quite huge. At page 12, you get that. Adeleke deposes Osun monarch after U.S. conviction. Well, I think that ends it on the Punch newspaper. But I'm afraid there's much you can take on the pages of the newspaper. Do what to gather stories or gather papers by visiting the nearest vendor close to you, or go online and dig in. We'll be taking a short break, then we dive into our first interview with Professor Cyril Otoikian of the Northern University, a researcher and lecturer, of course, looking into the hantavirus outbreak and how to tackle it headlong is what we're about to stay. Good to have you join me. Edo in governance, perspective of Edo governance, and of course diaspora participation and policy innovation is what we're looking at this time. And of course we look at the challenges facing governance and how to make sure that governance is responsive enough to hitting the KPIs or the viable objectives that it has set in order to actualize its goals. Of course, the China agenda under the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Okpebholo, will be highlighted in this very topic as we look at Edo governance in perspective, diaspora participation and policy innovation. Joining me via Zoom to look into this, why after this we could be having an opportunity to speak with a professor that I did make mention of earlier on the hantavirus outbreak. Before that, we're looking at this topic where we have the ambassador John Osagie, SSA to Edo State Government on Diaspora Affairs. Join me via Zoom. Good morning, Don Osagie. Good morning to you, John.
Good morning, ITV. Good morning. I'm very, very happy to be with you this morning. Thank you so much.
Let's say to the government of Edo State, John Osagie, Ambassador John Osagie, I beg your pardon. Well, we're looking at what has been happening, but we will be looking into your office and what respite is in that direction. But quickly, before we ask you the first question, let's look at the possibility of having another guest join us via Zoom, the Edo State Publicity Secretary of ADC, Christopher Ojekere. Good morning, Chris. Well, let's assess what has been happening so far. The China agenda of the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Okpebholo. What could you see concerning the diaspora participation and policy innovation? Do you see the state government as creating an opportunity for diaspora participation in making sure that the projects or the policies that is embarking upon sees through the light of the day? Ambassador John.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. And thank you so much for having me on your program this morning. Once again, my name is John Osagie, and I am the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Diaspora Matter. Under the Shine Agenda, the Governor of Edo State has been able to create sustainable growth in the diaspora. This is the first time ever the State Governor in Edo has appointed an office for his Senior Special Assistant, and this is the first time ever we are having a diaspora agency in Edo State. The governor of Edo State is very passionate about bringing all Edo people around the world along. This is an inclusive government to attract global visibility, global economic growth, investments, and youth engagement. So under the Shine Agenda, the governor of Edo State is doing a wonderful job, and we are very, very happy to support him. We are very, very happy to be working with him. Edo State is taking a new shape, both at home and in diaspora. Thank you so much.
Well, the office you occupy is a very, very delicate office as the Senior Special Assistant to the Edo State government on diaspora affairs, Ambassador John Osagie. Now, let's look into that office. What do you see as your objectives that you are carrying out to help the government of the day, close this gap about the diaspora participation? Because if you ask the question, there are a lot of gap that needs to be closed, and we don't know how far that has been done under your office.
Yeah, so far, one of the gaps we speak about is about diaspora investment and innovation platform, which we have also created. If you look around, more than 50% of the development in Edo State is channeled by the Edos in diaspora. So Edos in diaspora are a major stakeholder in Edo State, and we have been able to create an investment platform, innovation platform, where Edos in diaspora are constantly getting engaged in different meetings and creating ideas. As I speak to you this morning, I was already in a meeting this morning with the Commissioner of Environment, with the Edos in diaspora. All right. So we also have a platform for knowledge and skill transfer. All right. A lot of our youth in Edo State have the potential to compete with any idea in the world. So we have created a platform where we can harness the opportunity we have here to international standard. All right. So we are also creating diaspora economy zone in real estate. We want to create a city that is owned by diaspora in Edo State. Part of the challenges the Edos in diaspora are having is that they want to invest, but they don't have a good platform to invest. So we are creating a diaspora city which will bring employment, which will boost investment and AGRO in Edo State, sir. All right? When you talk about global promotion, we are talking about global cultural promotion. For the very first time ever, Edo State will be participating in Berlin Festival. Berlin Carnival happens once every year. This is the biggest cultural festival in the entire Europe. So for the very first time, the Edos will be participating in that very, very event. All right, we're also doing a lot of partnership worldwide. We are looking for people who are into manufacturing. Just last week, some of my Chinese friends visited Edo State for feasibility study. We are really looking at China because China is the biggest production in the world. And we believe that China can produce in Edo State for the Nigeria markets. So we are doing a lot with our diaspora office to move Edo State forward, to position Edo State in a global stage. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get to you, Christopher Ojekere. There has been this question, really mind-boggling question about if diaspora participation in governance, like we look at in Edo State, can ever survive beyond rhetorics. What do you have to say? Looking at what the SSA to the governor on diaspora affairs also said, do you see points that could also bring about respite in the direction of Edo governance?
All right, let me say a few things. Number one, it is not the first time that a government is creating a diaspora agency. Actually, in Obasanjo's government, what we had was Ministry of Arts and Culture, Tourism and Diaspora Affairs. And Dr. Oyimalaka was involved in that, and I was a part of that. So it's not the first time. Then it's not also the first time Edo is participating in an international carnival, the Vienna Biennale, which is actually the biggest arts festival and display and exhibition in the world. Obasanjo was nominated, that is, Edo State was nominated by the national government to lead the national government, which was the first time Nigeria was participating there because of the achievements of Edo arts. Having said that, I am happy that there is a thinking at all headed by the SSA, with respect to diaspora investment. Edo State happens to have the largest number of diasporans abroad. If you check the statistics on diaspora remittances, what is remitted from Edo State alone is more than what is remitted from almost the entire Nigeria put together, at least in the past 4 or 5 years, 3 years. When you check the statistics, you see that we have such huge diaspora remittances. It's a good idea. We're not just going to criticize it. But the question you ask is whether it's going to go beyond rhetorics. You see, it's a huge economy. The diaspora economy is a huge economy. If those programs and projects in which Dion said they are collaborating with the diaspora comes to fruition, then we are going to be the better for it. But what we have found about this government, and by way of advice to Dion, to his principal, is that it's a government of closed doors. I'm just hearing for the first time, for instance, that there is a diaspora connection with even an office of SSA to the governor on diaspora affairs. The previous government that this government took over from did a lot in that direction. And that's what brought in people like Rema. That's what brought in the investment of MOA. That's what brought in, the inventory we did on all the tourist sites in Edo State, about 150. And, that would have been attracting tourists to Nigeria and all of that. And the diaspora was very much involved in that. So we would advise the government to open up its doors and ensure that you link up with people who have knowledge, expertise, and experiences on areas like this, and ensure we develop our diaspora. We are a very poor state. As you can see, Edo State is probably the dirtiest and most filthy headquarters. Benin City is probably the dirtiest and most filthy headquarters right now. And everybody knows that I'm pan-Edo, and I could never speak against my state, but I speak truth. Ring Road is a disaster. It is the worst. It has the worst aesthetic city center in the whole of the South-South capital, and in fact, in other capitals of Nigeria. Now, when you begin to talk about diaspora helping, the diasporans will have to look at your structural economy. If you cannot invest in aesthetics that will promote tourism, for instance, if you go to other parts, New Benin is probably the filthiest, most busy city center in any city, capital city in Nigeria. If you cannot invest in the aesthetics of the environment and create that environment that will make tourism thrive, for instance, because the diaspora don't have much to do. They only participate in economies like tourism, infrastructural investment, technology, and all that. If, for instance, MOA has remained under comatose and has remained a subject of controversy, by now MOA should be earning Edo State a minimum of about 500 million, naira every year, if not, more than that. Now, the government needs to look at all of this, because these are the only ways diaspora can participate. They cannot come and work in our civil service, but they participate in all this, what you refer to as marginal economy, which are quite much when they invest in them. But you have to create that environment. The government, for instance, doesn't seem to have any plan, apart from building the flyover. What is the structural plan? If we take it sectorially, what plan do you have, and what are you inviting the diaspora to actually really do? If it is technology, for instance, Obaseki left, I think they call it 3-tier data center in the government house, 5. But the diasporans we are talking about, they are used to working with automation, with technology and AI. So you see that whereas you are saying you have a diaspora affair and you want to promote diaspora investment, right back at home, your policies are working antithetically to the understanding and the structure and the systems that diasporas understand. So how are you going to reconcile all of this? These are issues where you see we have doubts, and we think that what's just going on is rhetorics, that the government is not actually serious because it's not inclusive enough, and it's not investing in technology, and it's not investing in infrastructure that actually motivates diaspora and investments at home.
Thank you, Christopher. Well, let's look at this challenge that was raised by you, Christopher, and of course, knowing full well that you were also involved in the past administration of Godwin Ogegase Obaseki when he was governor of Edo State. And of course, if we are to look at what transpired in that time and how to also improve on what we have at present, looking at the participation of the diaspora. You made mention, Christopher Ojekere made mention of Edo State, Benin, for instance, being about the dirtiest. And of course, you go to the King Square, you go to the New Benin axis, New Benin Market axis, sometimes you wonder what is really happening. Are you looking into this direction, or is the government of Edo State looking into the direction of improving on aesthetics and making Edo State, a center of attraction when it comes to tourism? Looking at it in the diaspora participation in Edo governance. Are you looking into this direction, or is the state government looking into this direction under the Shine agenda? Ambassador Dion Osagie.
For your question once again, but before I answer your question, I'd like to correct the facts of what my brother just said, that the diaspora there was a diaspora office and all of that. Having diaspora office doesn't mean that the office was functioning. Personally, with my view, Obaseki did a terrible job bringing Edo people in diaspora along in his government. It took him 8 years. It took Godwin Obaseki 8 years to start meeting Edo people in diaspora for his meet and greet. For me, this is a total failure. Nobody want to invest in a state where they don't have a connection. The governor of Edo State is already making plans to visit all Edo people around the world. Before now, I personally and my leader, Commissioner of Youth and former Deputy Governor, His Excellency Lucky Imaswan, we were already in New York meeting Edo people, sharing ideas on how they can be a part of the governance. So you can have a diaspora commission or a diaspora affair commission, but if that agency is not active, it simply means that the diaspora are not being carried along. So I think that what we are doing right now, the diaspora are very, very much engaged, looking at ways we can bring investment to the states. The tourism agency is working. It takes a while to build a village. If what we are doing today, the previous government have started back then started, I think that would be somewhere today. Look at all the roads the governor is constructing. Look at all the infrastructure put in place. Look at the teachers that are getting employment. Look at the Edo State Security Corps. Look at the new buses we just received. Look at the Edo Airline. If Godwin Obaseki, that my brother spoke about, have done all this, I think that we will be moving to a different phase. So some of the biggest problems we are facing right now in our government is that the previous government totally failed the Edo people. And that is why the governor of Edo State, His Excellency Mode Okpevolo, is working tirelessly to see how we can revive it. We are just 2 years in government, we are just 2 years in government, not 8 years. So the governor of Edo State, are you with me, sir?
I hear you. Go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah, so the governor of Edo State is doing a tremendous job bringing investment to the state. And within a short period of time, we are going to start seeing a significant progress in Edo State when it comes to tourism, when it comes to environment, when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to education. We are doing all we can to position Edo State in a global state. So once again, it was the failure of the past administration that got us where we are today. There is no excuse for the Ring Road, New Benin, Sakoba to be dirty if the governor have put in place recycling plans. There's no recycling plan in Edo State with the previous governor, but right now we are working on that already. And within a couple of months, we're going to start seeing a lot of recycling truck moving around the states. All right, so the governor is working, and we need everybody to support him, including our brother, Mr. Christopher. I need you to support the governor. We have an inclusive governance. We don't care where you are, who you support, but this is our state. If you love Edo State, as you claim, this is the right time to get into this kind of agenda. You can do as an individual to support the government. Governance is not just by one person effort to move Edo State forward. So please, Mr. Christopher, I need you to look inward to see what you can do to support the government. If you have a lot of idea in tourism, you have idea in tech, you have idea in environment, bring it to the table. The governor door is very open when you say that we have a closed door government, and that's not true. You go to the government house now to say you want to submit the proposal, the door is widely open for you. Godwin Obaseki had a closed door policy. Nobody could enter the government house. But you go there today, the gates are always open. Nobody question you where you're going, who you're going to go see. It's always a pass. So please, let's support the governor. Thank you so much.
And after this short break, where we'll also be interrogating from what he said, Ambassador John Osagie, what he said as regards, the performance under the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo. And of course, the meet and greet that he said in the past administration took 8 years. And of course, we'll look into all of that after this short break. Do stay. Thank you. The program is This Morning on ITV, and I am Philip Omo-Gyukpong. We are about the aspect of Edo governance in perspective, diaspora participation, and policy innovation. Let's quickly get to you, Christopher Ojekere. You heard what the Ambassador John Osagie, the SSA to the governor of Edo State on diaspora affairs, said. He made mention of the 8-year span that hardly the past governor of Edo State, Nogase Obaseki, in whose government you also served, took about 8 years before he did the meet and greet on diaspora participation in policy and governance. I want you to react to that. And he also made mention of other issues, even as regarding, the issues you talked about concerning the beautification, improving on the aesthetics of Edo State, which he, according to him, if that was started and the recycling was ongoing, then there would have been a legacy that would have been bequeathed by the government, past administration, to the present government. But that seems not to be what, according to him, happened. So what do you have to say in your reaction?
Well, I didn't want this to become an Obaseki affair. When I was talking as a concerned Edo person. It's obvious that the government needs help. The fact that, as he said, they've been here for 2 years and we don't seem to have any direction and the vision. So we have decided to tone down on critical opposition and do help with constructive suggestions. So I only made reference to Godwin Obaseki. But just to quickly dismiss that, if Obaseki believes that you work before you play, and then spends the first 1 or 2 years visiting almost every investment-driven countries of the world, for which you guys named him MOU governor. And in each of those countries, he was received by the Edo community there and diaspora in his first 2 years. I don't know what you are referring to here. In fact, Obaseki was being criticized for going around the world to try and drive investment. He laid the foundation. But this governor, according to him, seemed to be ready to reverse that. He's not thinking of working yet. He's thinking of going around the world and meeting and greeting and sleeping in big hotels. If the governor wants to travel around the world, he should wait until he's out of office. If the governor goes out, he doesn't have to go out. Do you need diaspora people to come and clean Ring Road and clean New Benin? All you do at home is let the people in diaspora see your seriousness. Then let them see your plan. Hold on, don't interrupt, please. Don't interrupt, please. That's not polite. So all you need to do is set up your plan at home and then begin to show seriousness in dealing with infrastructure, in dealing with aesthetics. Now let's go to security, for instance. Yeah, people have to know that the environment is safe before they come home to invest. The security situation in Edo State now has never been this bad. It's the worst form of security situation in recent years. I mean, only day before yesterday here, I heard that around Uniben there, a young man was just shot, brutally in the day. And you have so many motorcycles you have bought, so many Hiluxes you have bought, presumably for patrol around city centers. People's purses and monies are beginning to get missing again from their pockets in Ring Road. And in fact, most of the people that are even suspected that are perpetrating these things are all hiding under the cover of your boys in Ring Road. You don't need diaspora to come and take care of all of that. If the state is completely unsafe, the diasporas have brothers and sisters who are being robbed every day, killed every day. They tell them, those things send shock waves to them. So the governor going there on parole, going from state to state, trying to get to know the world using this opportunity, does not solve the problem. Obaseki was giving us plans. I just spoke about MOA. Go and read about the master plan of MOA and then do all your computations and know how much MOA will be fetching. I spoke about automating the system where you are now using technology, both in the schools, in the civil service. I spoke about, or I haven't spoken about that, but I will speak about Stella Obasanjo Hospital, where we had first-class medical facilities to take care of tourists who would come. And that's why he built Radisson Hotel to host international visitors. All these things are under your criticisms. So that's why I say you are contradicting yourself if you say you are interested in diaspora. Diaspora are coming from an organized society. And that's what he was doing. I don't want to make this about Obaseki. So show us your plan and start with the low-hanging fruits at home. Get the city clean, get security to be in place, return back to technology, open your doors for inclusive experience, knowledge, and understanding, and then the news will go out that you are set for investors. So don't get so worked up about Obaseki. We are ready to help Okpebholo. We realize that he's overwhelmed. You keep talking about roads he's doing, this one he's doing. You're not giving us a plan. Because your so-called Shine agenda was an afterthought. It was not an original plan from the beginning. And we are still just going on like that. You are just telling us things we cannot track. How does going up and down the world, meeting with Edo people, staying in the best hotel, translates to investment? If the person you are talking to, as you are talking to him or finishing talking to him, his brother calls him and say, they've just kidnapped 2 young men in Oluku, or some University of Ekoma boys that just graduated, they've just kidnapped the 2 of them, or they've just shot somebody around Uniben. How does it translate to Britain? Do you think people live on by rhetoric these days where you go there, you say, we are doing well at home and so on and so forth? They go with evidence. So the governor should sit down at home. You used to call him homeboy. I don't know why he now wants to go and be diaspora boy. Governors should evolve. Governance is a cultural evolvement. I believe in evolutionary government. You should sit down and evolve from home. Get things that you can do those things. Why are those boys in Ring Road? Have you been there? They will be wearing black. They are looking fierce. They smoke all sorts of things. If you go to Ring Road at 7 o'clock now, it's unsafe for everybody. New Benin is dirty. If you go there right now as I speak, it's totally dirty. Don't dodge that. Then security, what do you do about that? So I wanted you to look at them sectorally like that. Leave Obaseki, he's gone.
Christopher Ojekere, well, you said that and you picked it out of my mind. Actually, I was looking into that direction, even though the office of the SSA to the governor on diaspora affairs is not in charge of that, stricto sensu of security. But what transpired in Edo State, in Benin, of course, in front of Main Gate, University of Benin Main Gate access, is also a very huge experience that we can't really sweep under the carpet. And even the state government has said that, the governor said that is going to tackle this headlong in order to tackle the aspect of courtism and of course violence. But let's get to you, Ambassador Dion. He said a lot. Christopher Ojekere said something in that direction about security. I don't know if you have anything to say in that direction. And also, he made mention of the MOA project, which would have been earning about nothing less than 500 million naira to the Edo State government. Is the government under, Senator Mondo Okpebholo looking in this direction of beefing up security, like what he said, even like what transpired at the University of Benin Main Gate access, how to make sure that, there's intelligence gathering, and of course, the aspect of raising revenue, looking at the MOA project, which he mentioned. What do you have to say?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Christopher, for your feedback. First of all, personally, that someone as smart as Christopher worked with the previous admin. If you must know, this is the first year. Last year was the first time those in diaspora came home and felt very, very secure. The issue of courtism in Edo State every December, killing one another, is absolutely gone. In the last few months, there has been no issue of shoot aside, except the one that just happened in Uniben. Crime happened everywhere in the world, including some of the safest country. All right. So security matter the governor is 100% on it. Like I said, we have to always make a reference. If Obaseki did half of what the governor is doing today, security will improve. Mr. Christopher said that he was part of the government, the environment is clean. What impact did Governor Obaseki made in Edo environment? This is a true story. 1 year I was in Benin City about 4 or 5 years ago. The city center was a mess. It was on a Christmas Eve. I sent Governor Obaseki a message that, look, this place is too dirty for Christmas. And guess what? He replied with a number to call the waste management and all that. So environmental issue has been an issue that has been long coming. There has been no single trash can in Ring Road until this administration. If you go around Ring Road City Center right now, you see that in every corner, we now have where you can put your trash. So these are ways of improving the state. You spoke about MOA. MOA, we already know that it was a total scam. Governor Obaseki put all his people there to scam Edo people. All the records are there. You spoke about Radisson. Radisson, how many % of Radisson belong to Edo people? So this was an organized crime by Obaseki and his team to loot Edo State, and currently we are still searching for him. We want him to come home to answer some of these allegations. This is the first time a governor left office even before his tenure was over. So the governor of Edo State, His Excellency Monday Okpebholo, is doing everything possible to transform all the areas where the past administration has failed. Now, you talk about the governor going to diaspora to meet people to sleep in hotel. No. Going to diaspora, the governor doesn't have to be there. That is why we are here. That is why he has an SSA on diaspora matters. Every day we conduct meetings with Edos in diaspora to see ways they can contribute to Edo State. We cannot shy away from the fact that diaspora investment is one of the largest form of investment in Edo State. 80% of the businesses in Edo State today is being set up by the Edos in diaspora. So it's very, very important for the governor to meet with them. It is very, very important for the governor to see ways he can encourage them to do more. And part of doing that is not by sitting at home, speaking big English like Obaseki was doing, speaking big English. It is about connecting with the people. If I want to do a business with you, if I want you to come invest in my state, and I'm talking to you from a different country, the connection cannot be there. But if I meet you one-on-one, of course, a lot of people will key into investing in Edo State. So I strongly disagree that going to diaspora is not the way forward. It actually is the way forward. If Governor Obaseki took time to do the meet and greet that he was doing last year, trust me, a lot more people would have supported him. You know, but the game is already over. Now you are going to diaspora to start complaining. We don't want that for our governor. We want a governor that is inclusive. We want a governor that will say, Edo people, I'm here. I want to hear your pain. Town hall meetings. When was the last time Governor Obaseki did a town hall meeting locally in Edo State to say, you know what, I am going to Ageno-Bode. Let's see what's going on there. These are things we are constantly doing in this government. So like I said before, the governor of Edo State is doing his best. I would like everybody to support him, including Christopher, who claimed he has a very, very brilliant idea to move Edo State forward. If you have a proposal that you want to submit to make Edo State better, I will be glad to push that proposal for you. I see that you are very passionate about environment. You are passionate about tourism. So bring it on. Create a platform, create a structure. It is not about party anymore. It's about seeing what we can do for the next generation, seeing what we can do so that when the next administration comes, they can have a platform to start from. Governor Obaseki left the governor of Edo State today, zero platform in security, zero platform in environment, zero platform in tourism. For a very long time, there was no tourism agency. The Commissioner of Arts and Culture, Edo State Culture is the best culture around the world. For many years, we had no Commissioner of Arts and Culture. The records are there. Mr. Osemike Ero, after the issue happened in Europe, for more than 3 years, there was no Commissioner of Art and Culture, and Art and Culture is the only thing we have to showcase in Edo State as tourism. So where is the foundation? So we are working tirelessly with the excellent governor of Edo State to change all this narrative, and we are so proud that the governor is a governor that respects the palace. The governor is a governor that that is always listening to the voice of the people, the voice of the palace. Look at what Obaseki did. Disrespected the palace, did all kinds of things he wanted to do with his cohorts, but His Excellency Modu is changing that. We are moving Edo to the global stage, and in the next few months or year, you will see the transformation. And thank you so much for your question. Thank you.
So John Osage, you still have the floor. You may mention on the fact that you are searching, the state government, I believe you said, is searching, looking for the former governor of Edo State for some questioning. I don't know if there is a security team that has been set out to get him into the country to answer that. But again, you also made mention of a lot in terms of the China agenda, but I don't know if there are key performance indicators to measure the improvement that the China agenda under the governor, Senator Modu Okpebholo's administration has brought to bear, or is it still on the planning stage? What are the KPIs we can use to measure that?
Needs a foundation. We have been running a lot in those states, but for example, we have one of the biggest hospitals coming to Ira. One of the biggest hospitals in Nigeria is coming to Ira. We are currently building a new market in the add-on project of Godwin Obaseki, the Oba Market, a city mall, a city market that got on fire for many years. We failed to renovate it. That is almost done. All right. We inaugurated Edo line that was abandoned with so many buses. A lot of drivers are working there, operating right now. Edo line, it took us less than 6 months to bring that to life. A MOU governor who could not revive a common transportation system. The governor, they say they don't speak English, has been the one that woke her up. We have Edo line coming up. Edo line is coming up as we speak to you right now. All right. So many of these projects, the Stella Passenger Hospital you spoke about was an unfinished project that was commissioned. We are still working there. So many development is coming to Edo State, and I want you as a journalist to take one day, and we will be glad to take you on a tour so that you can see some of the things the governor is doing.
Ambassador John, well, let's get to you, Christopher Jekere. Although this is not a podium for us to, talk about arguments in this direction, but we are about how to make Edo State better for it. And of course, the China agenda is quite a very massive acronym through which the governor of the state can really bring that to bear. Now, you may mention of the fact that there's nothing to point out outside the flyover project by the Senator Modu Okpebholo's led administration. You just heard what Ambassador John Osage said. There are various areas and projects that the governor has embarked upon. And of course, the very, very interesting and intriguing one is the transport line, Edo Transport Service, that was revived. In the time of the past governor, Nogase Obaseki, it was not so. But don't you see this as what could be seen as a lauded project carried out by the current governor of Edo State, Senator Modu Okpebholo?
Well, apart from it being the target of kidnappers, because I don't know if there's the target of kidnappers like a Edo line, the idea of having a transportation line is a policy option. If the governor that left does not believe that government should run public service like transportation, which has never worked, and then believes that that should be left to the private sector for development, all he needs to do is to create an enabling environment for the private sector. But if this government believes that government should run a transportation line and then succeeds with it, it is after he has succeeded with it that we say, oh, that policy option was a wise one. He has just started, as he has said, and all the buses are new. Let us wait whether if the new one begin to show wears and tears, whether they will be replaced, whether the agency would have been able to generate enough money for us to use that money to buy new buses, and whether the mechanics there would not have stolen all the parts. That's what has closed it down before. So a government is a policy option. The government may choose to say, okay, because of the fact that you have a problem with personnel, that is that people steal from government. Government should divest itself of businesses and involve itself only in social services and involve itself only in governance, like they run it in Western nations. So it's a policy option, but you don't begin to praise a policy until it has delivered the results. So we have to see the lifespan. The deadline is just like less than a year, I think. And let's wait until the end of the administration, whether it's sustainable and whether you are able to generate enough funds from there to sustain that project before we begin to say it's done well. So for now, I just see it as his own policy option. He thinks it's a good policy option. We as analysts will just watch and wait to see it.
Also spoke about, don't you see it as another project that can be seen as laudable?
Which one?
You may mention all the fact that outside the flyover project, it may not have anything to showcase. But do you see the flyover project as what could be commendable on the administration of Senator Monday Okpebholo as the governor of Edo State?
When you talk about commendability, you ask, what does the project serve? What purpose does it serve? And why that policy option? Is it cheaper? That's how government reason. Is it a cheap? Was there a cheaper option, and then the governor choose to take this very expensive option, which, if you look at the end product and the end output, does not actually serve the money spent on it? For instance, we do not even know who is doing that flyover and how much was budgeted for it. But I have my privileged information that is probably one of the costliest flyover of its size anywhere in the world. Now, having said that, the flyover begins from immediately you get to Ramat Park if you are coming from Agbo end and Auchi end, and stops after the market. You know, right there. In fact, even before you finish the market, the flyover has stepped down. So I've been asking myself, with all the huge sums that I know was budgeted for this project, what exactly has it served? Because all you needed to do around that place was find a way to shrink the so-called Rama Park and expand the road, which is exactly what the flyover has done, except that it's taking space in the air. So, whereas that you can point to aesthetics and okay, it serves aesthetic purpose in the sense that, okay, there are people from Ugbojobu village, people from Ukodwa, who may never have traveled outside the door. They've never seen a flyover in their life. So they can say, okay, this is a flyover here, it's very beautiful. When you are entering Benin from that end, you say, okay, this is beautiful here. But when you think of utility value and the economic value, the flyover is almost like a white elephant project. I don't want to be seen to be too critical of it. But if I was going to be in the room, I have other policy options that would have cleared traffic from around Ramat Park without having to build such expensive flyover and waste such humongous sum just to achieve taking a road through the sky around the same market and stepping it down. When they said flyover those days, I thought it was going to land somewhere around Takwamba, you know, that you were going to go through the river and land the Sakwamba so that you can divert traffic from people, for people who are coming from that axis. They don't have to come through Akwakwaba to Ring Road or to go to Sakwamba. I thought that was the purpose. But when I saw that it climbed up and came down in the same spot, I was just wondering, this is just a whole mass of cement for nothing. So Benin is a highly interconnected city. There are by roads everywhere that can make you divert traffic when you have traffic congestion. You don't have to put such a huge white elephant project there. But as I said, if you look at it from the area of aesthetics, you can say, okay, it's beautiful. It will create an aesthetic value there. But for what? At what cost? The cost is too expensive.
Thank you, Christopher. Back to you, Ambassador Dion. Let's look at briefly the constraints or challenges you may see in closing the gap, you know, that has been existent over the participation of the diaspora in governance of Edo State.
All right, thank you so much. But before I go back on the flyover issue, Mr. Christopher must be aware that flyover is needed in every modern city, all right? Flyover helps promote tourism, businesses, infrastructures, real estate. If you look at, because of that flyover now, if you look at that axis, a lot of estate developers are moving on to those areas. That will eventually modernize the city, create jobs for the people, and develop the area. So having a flyover is a concept to develop community. I lived in Texas for many years. In my city alone, there are more than 30 flyovers. Even as developed as Texas is, they are still building flyover. So flyover is a concept that will eventually develop the community. So speaking about gap in this administration, I don't see any gap. I think that the governor is doing a very, very good job bridging the gap, bringing in young people with great ideas to work with him. So I think that the governor of Edo State, by the next 2-3 years, is going to be rated one of the best governors Nigeria ever had. Because what the guy is doing, not the fact that I'm working with him, what the guy is doing is not done anywhere. Look at Mechanic Road in Ego local government. I'm from Ego, Ward 5. Look at the Mechanic Road that was abandoned for so many years. From Siloko Road now, you cannot access Ubuyoko. The road is ongoing. Look at Esaland, look at Esako, look at all these areas the governor is working. Anybody not supporting the governor of Edo State has a very, very wicked mind and not ready for development. Because this is the first time Edo State has turned into a construction site. Look at the 54 trucks that the governor bought. Instead of us renting trucks every time to fix our road, the governor have bought 54 trucks and distributed it to different local governments. Look at the new buses. We have about 50 buses that just came in last week. Young people who are students will be able to take free bus ride. These are great developments. So I don't see any gap or any challenges in this government. I think that everybody working with the governor is doing an amazing job. And on behalf of the governor, I salute them. Thank you very much.
Let's quickly get to you, Christopher Ojekere. What do you see as what should be done in the area of closing the gap that you may see on participation of the diaspora in Edo governance?
Well, sustainability is important to any government. I think Odion has spoken about the optics, commissioning this, commissioning that. But we need to see results. The truck he spoke about, for instance, how is it going to be sustained by the local government area when local government are not paying salaries? What investments are in the local government area to maintain those trucks? Or is the government going to be using state government money to fuel them, to maintain them when they are broken down? You see, so you can just rush into a lot of investments and policy, choices which are not sustainable. It is whether they are sustainable, because the government is in a hurry. The governor is in a hurry to prove himself. What Dion didn't say is that he's getting 4 times the money that Obaseki was getting, for instance, from the federal government. And if he doesn't have plan and doesn't know how to invest and then put sustainability quotient, he's just going to pour money, buy cars, buy this. For instance, I just spoke about the bikes. We hear 600 motorbikes have been bought to teleguide Benin City. And yet there is crime everywhere. I don't see those motorbikes on the road. That's why I told Afegba that they are audio projects. I mean, if from the Texas where he said he lived, the policemen are visible at every road junction, and crime rate is checked within the city. So it is not just going to buy those things so that you can show them on TV, and then by the time you are leaving, party leaders and party members will own one trucks each. We are talking about putting them to functionality and then giving us the sustainability quotient of how these things are going to survive beyond a short time. So that's how to check the gaps that we see here. If he puts in sustainability quotient and we see those things functioning, then he has closed a lot of gaps.
Security is still begging for question, most especially as regards how to tackle it headlong. We can't but look into what transpired in main gate Unimen axis, and again that is also raising questions. Now over to you, Ambassador Dion. Let's have an experience of what you see as going forward that the state government could be embarking on in order to tackle this aspect of insecurity. I remember you had the floor to speak on that, but can you please extend your knowledge on this? Because we want to see much robust, technological advancement that we see in the developed polities, being domiciled in Edo State. Or do we really need a local solution to it? Or should we seek, models that could be seen as studied abroad that can be used to improve on security in Edo State?
All right, thank you so much. In the issue of insecurity, like I said before, it was the foundation of what we met that has got us this far. If security was handled by the last administration, I don't think we'll be talking about security today. My brother also mentioned about security bags and all that. Security bags are all in the bushes. They are working tirelessly every night in those bushes where we have the kidnappers and all that. If you look around now for the past few months, you can see that the rate of kidnapping have dropped, all right? So in terms of security, I personally think that one of the fastest way to solve insecurity in any nation right now is through technology. We now have drones. We now have drones that can fly from a Edo State government house all the way to Esan Land. We now have drones that can fly for 6-7 hours. I think that the governor is working on creating a situation room whereby we can monitor our bushes from a specific location. So there are young people who are experts in flying drones. We can fly drones to check our areas, okay? And we also have to look at improving on our CCTV monitoring. These are our developed country are solving insecurity. So we're going to work on CCTV installation. We're going to work on having high technology drones to make security better in Edo State. If you must know, one of the engineers that make drones for the U.S. Army, his name is Dr. Osato Osemige. He's a drone expert. I'm already in conversation with him to see how he can partner with the Edo State governor to see how we can get a lot of security drones to Edo State. I also had a meeting with the commissioner of police. The governor has provided them a drone, but I don't think that's enough. I think we can really do much more by acquiring more drones to look into the issue of insecurity. I think that's the best solution. We have a drone flying around the bush, we have the coordinates, and we capture. So I think implementing security drones and CCTVs can really make a difference, because most time when the person knows that there's a CCTV in a specific location, there's more than 80% chance that there will be no crime in that area, because they will automatically scared that maybe they are being captured and things like that. And this is how it works in the Western world. People are very cautious when there is a CCTV in that area. So the governor is working on improving in that. We are going to get some security drones and CCTV installed in high crime area. So thank you so much for your question.
Edo State on Diaspora Affairs. While we still have you, let's quickly look into the direction of challenges we've been facing in terms of political defections. And of course, the 2027 political calculations are already here. And we look into the issues about cross-carpeting from one party to another and all that it has come with, the challenges it has come with. And some will say, well, is this for the benefit of the people or for just personal aggrandizement? Well, let's get you start this discourse, even though I know you may have a reaction on what Ambassador Dion Osagie said. But let's get you have this discourse, which will be taken after this short break. Do stay. In a quick one, I need your comments in a minute, Christopher Ojekere, on the 2027 political calculations and the defections. Where do you see this heading to for the opposition? Well, big thanks, Christopher Ojekere, for taking our time to be part of this. We apologize for the loss of audio in that. And of course, big thanks to Ambassador Dion Osagie, SSA to the Governor of Edo State on Diaspora Affairs. Thank you for obliging us on this invite, and we wish you a beautiful day ahead. Well, this is where we call it up. And we're going to be taking a short break, after which we will be joining Abuja for the conversation from this end. Do stay.
Still this morning on ITV, bringing us to the Abuja Network Studio, where of course we'll take a look at the outcome of the NDC's convention that actually zoned the presidential ticket to the south and what that implies to other political parties. Of course, I have with me on set the former National ADC Youth Leader, Barrister Maurice Eba. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. Good morning. Good morning, Abuja. Good morning, Nigeria.
Yeah. So, the tsunami that hit.
Okay.
I mean, so many are still, discussing in their own corner. So, what happened?
What really happened? Well, last week, in fact, I made a post yesterday that, in fact, if you see any ADC member, a genuine ADC member, you should give up. But emotionally was an easy one for us, but we thank God. We thank God. In fact, before we started, I was telling you how ADC has always had the history of having been the part of the coalition in 2017, adopted by the rest of civil societies, and in Abeokuta, and the speech was read by the former president Olusegun Obasanjo, and then in 2021, Nigeria Youth Home and Diaspora adopted ADC in an online polls. ADC emerged winner, and ADC was adopted as part of the youth in 2021. And then 2025, 2026, we saw ADC again being adopted as the party of the coalition. It shows you that ADC has always had this history of being used because it's a credible alternative. The former national chairman, our founder, Chief Raboki also has always been interested, always saying this is, I want ADC to go to the villa. I want ADC to go to the villa. In fact, in those days, we felt that, ADC, small party, like, how are we going to get to the villa? But I can tell you that ADC now has become, no matter what anybody says, ADC has become that brand, because I was national leader of ADC. It was also hard to sell ADC. Now everybody knows ADC. In fact, I am betted on my show will not be complete without independent TV. I remember when the back there of ADC, independent television, yes, ITV Abuja. I remember when I was national leader to have frequent interviews here. And then it was everybody on the street knows ADC, the party of the handshake.
Now that matter. NDC, which of course housed all the members that left the ADC, had their convention on the weekend and zoned the presidential ticket to the south, which is a huge variation from what the ADC has, because even as we speak, the ADC has no zoning, in any of their committees. There's no plan for zoning. Don't open for everyone, but the end has either occupied going south. So, what do you think that presents for?
So, issues of zone, in fact, some days ago I posted something on my WhatsApp. Someone said, "Amori, I'm trying to now than what one said Barrister Maurice done to what of from 1960." We are talking about the full republic now. Let's keep away the zoning now. Let's talk about the ADC. All of a sudden, NDC is now like the main thing or the new kid on the block. And if you look at NDC, everybody that is NDC was in ADC. So there's nothing like this. In fact, I have my own lieutenant. I have my own lieutenant say I'm leader. Me, I'm going to NDCU. In fact, for state I have the youth leader now in Kogi State. They have their state publicity secretary. All of them from one of my top men in from. So it's something that I should worry myself about. Is they say in times of adversity, you know the real genuine ones. They say a smooth sail never made a great sailor. So it's just part of these things. I am not bothered. I am not perturbed.
But we are talking about the chances of
ADC
getting to power in 2027.
Oh.
If you have hanging on, and then you have NDC. Now say, well, we are going to the south because of the
seemingly gentleman agreement.
Unwritten agreement. You know, it has to be shared equally. We have had the North from 2015 to 2023. And that was why the likes of El-Rufai, when they were in APC, said, no, let's move up there. I mean, it's gentlemanly. You understand? Then let them have their share, and then they come back. Because it's one of the reasons that Goodluck Jonathan lost the election in 2015. Because they believe that he completed the term of late President Musa Yar'Adua, and then promised to run for just one term. Even the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, campaigned for him when they went to the north and said, "No, give him this chance. He's going to do one term." But after the one term, he was already
wanting for more.
You know, so it's about gentleman agreement. It has gone to the south. What is the implication for other
political parties, opposition political parties?
Because you know that in 2023, the result of the votes of the opposition put together is more than the result of the winner of that election, President Bola Tinubu. Because we put all the votes together, they are amounting to over 14 million compared to the 8 million that made the president to win. So if all those fragmentations come together, adopt one candidate and one party as we speak, how do you think the outcome will?
In fact, I think Nigeria should give kudos to Chief Rabu Kinwosu, the former national chairman of ADC, because for the first time in history, we saw all the major opposition leaders under one platform. It's not easy. When you have so many interests like that, it's not easy. But let me be sincere with you, since we're already having this fraternal talk. Do you think NDC has a chance for presidency compared to the ADC? Let me show. In fact, the NDC is more like a Bayelsa party, or it's a South party. But the ADC, let me tell you the truth, in 2027, I am not speaking for my party. I am speaking for myself. I see more reasons why I should align with the North than the South. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria. I am from Cross River State. I did my law school. I did my school, University of Nigeria. In the east, I did my law school in Kano. I served in so I have seen one Nigeria. But let's look at the sincerity. Who do you think can power? It's realistic. See, the South will be divided. In fact, the South is already divided already. We have Peter Obi and Tinubu. In fact, you know, first of all, the very, very normal day, the South is very from the Southeast, from the Southwest. We will divide that one. Imagine if the North could come together. And with the North, they are coming. In fact, ADC, in fact, the Northerners have actually embraced ADC as their own. But everywhere.
So it's a northern party.
It's not a northern party. No, I want to say it's a northern party.
It's not like the way you say the NDC is a Bayelsa party.
No.
Same thing when APC.
I want to speak for myself.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. In 2027, whoever my party gives the presidential ticket to, I'm actually going to support this.
No,
but I'm finding.
But the whoever.
No,
whoever.
Whoever. Underlining the word. I'm a party man. Yes, party supreme.
No, underline that word.
Whoever and however.
No, just
wherever.
Whoever.
Underlining the word.
Whoever the party gives it to is the problem why we have seen so many parties disintegrate.
Okay.
It is the problem of the PDP. You know why? Because in 2023, Wike said no. Buhari is just ending this.
So do you think Wike was speaking for the interest of the South? No, you see, let's not mistake personal interest for the interest of a region.
No, just hold on. I am on this because you said whoever.
Yes.
Whoever, it means...
I'm a party man, I can say whoever.
No, yeah, you can say it, but looking at the greater good stand, it means if they're not careful, a particular region can continue to hold on to power.
Let me say something.
No,
please let me say something.
Hold on. A particular power, a particular region to hold on to majority. You understand? Gentlemen, you understand?
Please let me share something with you. Thank you have said this thing. Let me speak for the public. 1999. Since 1999, all the gentleman agreement that we have, where has it taken the country to? All the different states, in fact, from Kogi State, Silver State to Benue State, all the gentleman agreement that say let's take it to this side, has it really brought development to this state? We are to see. Our biggest problem in Nigeria, we are not patriotic enough. We are all looking at tribe, religion, everything. We don't need that right now. Okay, 2023 election, I'm very, very happy though. I'm very, very happy. Sorry, sir.
As far as this country is concerned, we need it.
No, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I think I should say something. 2023, we say something. In the time of the South, Tinubu changed Lagos. Tinubu Lagos. Are we not here? Don't be we there for this place. So let us keep sentiments aside.
There is no sentiment.
It's a sentiment because it is blowing us. Okay, why didn't they pick Osubanjo over Tinubu? Since we say we are going to the South, let us pick competencies over sentiments. Why didn't they pick Osubanjo over Tinubu?
Let me tell you why the country should not operate. Why I think the country should not operate.
Your personal opinion.
Why I think the country should not operate on whosoever. Do you understand? Because when you have a CNC, the CNC has the right, it has the power to hire and fire. He can hire anybody that he so wishes. The Constitution empowered him to do so. And when, for example, the former president was in power, if you look at the list of the service chiefs, people were complaining that it is loaded by people.
But this is what under... Oh, come on.
I'm heading somewhere.
I know where you're heading to.
Just hold on. Yeah, I just want us to be objective. That's why I'm appealing that you should hold on. Nigerians were complaining that the list of service chiefs was loaded by those that are from the north. And when it comes to the ministerial appointment, there was also complaint that the juicy ministries and position is also loaded by those from his admin.
Please, can I respond?
Now you have President Bola Tinubu.
I have done worse.
You have President Bola.
Sorry to, I have friends that are Yorubas, so Allah and others. I have friends that are Yorubas, but it's worse now.
Can you just hold on? I'm not taking a research whether it is worse.
No, come on. I think you are being economical with the truth
I'm
here.
I'm looking at what the example I used earlier. I used it on the APC President Bola. To an extent, is tilted towards his people. Key ministries also tilted towards his people. So which makes it even, so to speak. So if you say power should just be with a particular region, you are not patriotic.
That is I will not be there.
Like it or not, the tendency will be there for the CEC to bring those that are
please.
Men.
Let's not be economical with the truth. Under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we have seen the highest form of nepotism in the country. Let's not. In fact, it's like he went and brought all the Lagos boys. In fact, Lagos are relocated to Abuja. Let us come to that one right now. No offense to my friends from that are from the western part of Nigeria. No offense to them. But now let's also look at reality now. When you talk about south, presidents go to the south, presidents go to the south. Let's be realistic now. What happens to the southeast? What happens to the southwest? What happens to the south?
When you say south and when you say north, you are talking about northeast, south, and southeast. That's south.
Let me.
When you say north, you're talking about northwest, northeast, and north.
So let me. I'm actually trying to build a preamble because we have said president should go to the west, to the south, and you make it look as if it's the whole parts of the southern part of Nigeria that are enjoying from these things. It is not true. I'm from Kochi. In fact, I'm an Ejaga man. I'm from Kochi River State. I know you may not have heard about my tribe before, but we are not even benefiting anything. So when you're saying south, it is sentimental, it is myopic, because you are making it, it's a fallacious statistic general. That's when you say about south, as if it's everybody in the south. There is those states enjoying from here. Let me look for another state from the south. Are they enjoying from this thing? Let us keep sentiments aside. I am not speaking for my party. I'm speaking on my own capacity, also as a stakeholder right now.
Who's your preferred candidate?
Whoever the party picks.
So who is your?
You cannot put me on the spot, sir. I'm a party man.
Because you are in the ADC.
Whoever my party picks is my candidate.
You are in the ADC, and as we know, it appears that Atiku may claim the ticket.
Okay, what if Atiku gets claim the ticket? What is wrong with that? I am not saying I'm not sure. What if the person I'm even supporting is not even my party?
Will you be okay with him?
What is wrong with?
No.
See, let me answer. Okay, with you, I hear you. Because if we don't do what we have to do right now, God forbid that Nigeria should be.
What do we have to do right now?
That we must wrestle power from Bola Ahmed Tinubu. God forbid sorry, sir. God forbid that Nigeria should be like Lagos. That one man's family controls everything. In fact, Sheyi Tinubu is now our de facto vice president. The first family has become Lord Almighty. God forbid that Nigeria should be a mini Lagos state. God forbid. See, if it means us wrestling power from, no problem. If it means me going to go and align with the north, no, I'm from the south. But if it means me aligning with the north together, no problem. Because one man cannot be too powerful.
So what is your calculation?
My calculation is that we divide the south and unite the north. You want to hear it, Abi? I've said it. Divide the south, align the north. Power should come back to the people. The people should have the power, not Bola Ahmed Tinubu waking up. If he wakes up from the right side of the bed, he makes the decision. He wakes up from the left. Let's say at the end of the day, since you want to hear from me, I hear it.
Okay, so
I am not speaking for my party.
Okay, so that calculation, you know, Obi has a balance sheet of 7 million votes.
Online voters.
No, as the last president. Atiku, okay, let's say some votes, then Atiku 6 million votes balance sheet. Then you have Tinubu 8 million votes.
Rigged election in a rigged election. What would be without Wiki? What would Tinubu be without Wiki?
I've never seen a politician that no. But
the way we make Tinubu start as a master, he's a guru, he's a master.
Somebody don't want to, and even your candidate
Atiku is not my. No, I have no. Don't put my mouth. I can say I can say but I'm not in ADC. Have you not in the race? Is Amechi not in the race?
Now, if you look at the president 8 million, Atiku 6 million, Obi 6 million, also 1 million. Plus 6 plus 1 plus. That would be around 14 million, right? Now, if these three key politicians, like it or not, come together, pick a candidate, you know, and Tinubu stands on his own, don't you think the game is over?
So true. In this
no,
is
if that
this
happens,
has.
Don't you think the game will be over for APC?
Beautiful. Came over. But the challenge we're having is that, sorry to say to Nigerians are not yet, I don't want to use the Nigerians don't have sense yet. Sorry to say. Nigerians are yet to, our biggest challenge in 2027 will be voter party and vote buying. And you said something, if this candidate had come united under a forefront and Tinubu would have been game over. You know, first of all, I want to make a statement. I have made peace with the fact that Peter Obi has left ADC. But it's so sad.
With 6 million votes.
Well, I have made peace. No. I'm building a preamble.
Okay.
I am
building 7 million votes.
I am building a preamble. It is so sad that Peter Obi will never be president of Nigeria. It is so sad. You understand? It is so sad because he is so. I am trying to make a statement. It is so. I say it is so sad. Do you know why?
If you outright,
I said I have made a Peter Obi. I am not saying it, but he has shot himself safe. What is wrong? And do you know who I blame in the whole situation?
Are you angry?
I blame Atiku.
Are you angry?
I blame Atiku.
Are you angry that Obi left ADC?
No. I said I have made peace with that.
Okay.
I have made peace with that. I'm a party man. This is a party that we have sacrificed our time, our treasures. In fact, I've never had time for a lot of my friends and my own personal life because we are building and we are building and we have been building. So I have made.
And since he left, the ADC, your party, has not been able to gain members.
No. See, we have had, in fact, Mayor Erufai and some other House of Reps and Senators, they come to EDC. So it's so sad that I wish we didn't come to the side that we have to pick sides. Your ethnic divide. Where are you doing the South? But first of all, I'm not going to come and say because I'm a Southerner, I'm going to support a Southerner. I have not this thing. No, I am not. I have told you where I stand. I don't know who my party is going to bring out. My own is the power from this man that becomes a tyrant.
No, not here.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. I withdraw my words. Yes. I'm a patriotic Nigerian. Yes. Because before Tinubu got into power, he was a kingmaker already. Now that a kingmaker is now king, is a serious problem. And the only people that can help us, because it's the truth though, these Southerners should not be denationalized. We say, hey, Southerners, they don't have numbers. They don't say, like, one Southerner marries one wife. At the highest children they can have is 8 children, 9 children. Well, a Northerner marries 4 wives. They have 24 children, they have 25 children, they have 30 children.
Are you mocking them?
I'm saying this to their own advantage. That is why I'm aligning with them. We need to wrestle power from this C to C that you have said. And the thing about it is power must belong to the Nigerian people. That is why I am not saying that I am supporting the North because no, I'm supporting the North because
they have numbers.
They have been. One man cannot be this too powerful. It is a problem. Are you not seeing the signs already? It is only when we decide. You can see. We can use. What are the signs? At least Nigerians can see that we can use our tongue and count our teeth. Let it not be that I am coming to I'm trying to use for the lack of word. I'm trying to come and spur the people to God forbid a revolution. But I believe in a mental revolution. But the truth about it is that the time has come. We must put sentiments aside. We must speak as patriotic Nigerians. It is so sad. It is so sad that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president, is actually taking us through this part. Tinubu was as an opposition leader. That is why he said Tinubu inspired me to be in new position. Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I'm in position is because Tinubu inspired me. In fact, last year they told me by Samuel what I did come to APC. I was the national leader of a political party. I have been interim chairman of forum of national leader of a political party. So if it's the kata from the Minister of Youth to Seyi Tinubu, they had an easier way of going to the APC. But I said, Bola Ahmed Tinubu inspired me for opposition. This man started as an opposition leader, and now he's a president. So when I see governors, people jumping from, I look at them and say, if Tinubu can do it, why can't you do it? So in fact, I'm even inspired that to be in opposition by Tinubu that in Atiku. But to say that. I would say because I'm not the South or NDC. I say no, I cannot be follow. But let me tell you something. Peter Obi has an effect. I call it the leprosy effect. And I say what happened in Labour Party will not happen in ADC. No, let me say something now.
You will say something,
okay.
But I really would not allow you to attack.
I am not attacking anybody.
Because
I'm not attacking. No, it's an elder statesman.
Who is leprous?
No. I don't say he has leprosy. No, it was a figurative speech.
No, you can choose a better word.
Okay. There's something. There's a pattern I have learned because we saw it in PDP, we saw it in Labour Party. But Labour Party was when I did that experiment. In fact, when PDP entered ADC, the national leader of Labour Party, Kennedy, to call me, say, Barrister Morris, be careful. They say, be careful. They say so. I don't know this off record. Be careful. And I said, let me watch. And that is why one of the reasons why I said, you know what? Despite the cause of going to APC, going to ADC, I said I must be in this ADC. Because we must rebuild, we must build. So I cannot, as a young man in this generation, I cannot be going everywhere belly face. I must stand for something.
Maybe because you are not, you don't want to be on the ballot. For those who want
who told you I don't want to be on the ballot? Who told you want me to declare my, do you want to make my announcement here?
For those who want to be on the ballot, it's where they will, that is easy for them and they will go to.
I am not, we are changing, we are a generation that is changing, we are a generation that is changing the status quo of the way politics is being played in this country. We need to start being, we need to hold, the people need to start holding people accountable. And I blame the Nigerian citizens. Under Section 69, it talks about the right to recall a senator and House of Reps member. How many Nigerians have actually invoked that section? We talked about Freedom of Information Act.
They invoked it against Dino, but it didn't work.
How many? And they started invoking it against Natata. That is bush hunting. But the people need to own the system. You know, we have the Freedom of Information Act, that Nigerian citizens can write a letter to any government institution demanding accountability. How many Nigerians are doing this thing?
Yeah, but the FYI Act still has a clause.
What is the clause? After 7 days, if you write and they don't want to, you can, you can issue an action in court that they can pay you for damages.
Who has done it?
Because Nigerians are not, in fact, I don't know what, in fact, I don't know, in fact, I'm even doing the job of National Orientation Agency.
Yes, sir. The NBA should take the lead in that.
Well,
you are a member.
Well,
we are here to see,
to
see that move from the NBA.
But thank God that the, by July, the NBA elections will be coming up, the current NBA administration will be running up. Yes, we'll be having the distance, so Afamosigo will be running up. And the presidency, NBA presidency will be zoned to the west. We have, Akimboro, we have okay. I am sorry to that. Sorry to that.
Thank you, Barrister Maurice Ebam, for your time with us on the program.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, viewers, this is where we stop this discussion and we'll move to Lagos for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Good morning and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV. From our Lagos Network studio, I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Thank you for joining us this morning. And then this morning, we're going to be going straight to Rivers State to look at the Rivers State politics and governors walking out from the APC screening in Abuja. How will this affect the forthcoming elections? A whole lot of things have been going on around Rivers State politics, and then it's beginning to give some concern to some Nigerians, and we thought we should take a look at that this morning. And with me to do that in the studio is, of course, as usual, Mr. Tony Waje. Mr. Tony Waje is a political analyst who is going to help us analyze and understand what is going on in Rivers State. Mr. Tony, you're welcome to better. Chimzi. Chimzi is a legal practitioner and the former representative of the People's Redemption in Chimdi. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Let me start with you this morning. Can you run us through with what is going on in the politics of Rivers State?
What's going on as regards to a lot of things are going on now. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you.
I thought your question is kind of vague. Can you make it precise, like direct? Because a lot of things are going on now.
Okay, so if you can run us through with what is going on currently in Rivers State as regards the primaries, or rather the screening.
As regards the screening, okay, screening exercise was conducted in Rivers State. In the past over the weekend for all aspirants on all the members to the State Assembly who brought forms about 94 or so of them went for the screening, submitted all their required documents and all that, and then they were screened, right? 33 were made for that to represent Rivers in the House. But we are good. So, news and then the publicity secretary of the party of Progressive Congress, Mr. Chibike Ikenga, live on Channel TV, when he was speaking about the candidate and the attitude of that. So that was how we got to find out from the publication that members who were vying for that post, who were classified as those in the Timbubara faction, were disqualified. Now, people making allusions, making publications on Facebook and all that, claiming that the disqualification in the tribunal, sorry, in the electoral appeal. So, to see how, while that.
Sorry about the network, and think our viewers were actually very hooked to this coming from Rivers State directly. Let me turn to Mr. Tony in the house. You heard what he said. And then Rivers State actually has been on the news for a very, very long time. I mean, I think people just kept quiet and put it aside because of other things that were happening in Nigeria. But right now we're back to Rivers State. And you heard what he said about the screening. The screening was actually a big problem. We also heard that even the governor walked out from the screening right there in Abuja. What is your take in all of this in Rivers State?
Rivers. People are tired of talking about rivers. The problem with Rivers State, politically, cannot be taken away from the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Take him away from all this, and you see that there's no problem in Rivers politics. We were talking about Fubara. We were talking. Yeah, truly, he made governor. Somebody made him governor. Attention. Okay, I saw when Fubara went for the screening. A day before, other governors were there. It didn't elicit a media reaction. But the next day, after I think in the evening, this curiosity, Fubara didn't come for screening. What happened? I think the chairman had to calm everybody down. Like, we still have 3 governors coming tomorrow. The attention on Rivers, just because of one man, you don't get. It's just because of one man. It's because somebody wants someone else. This in Rivers State has unabated for 3 years. So I don't even know the time this guy will focus on delivering governance or the dividends of democracy in that state. It's all about politics. Okay, the guy came the next day, and then the next day, he spent 20 minutes. We're not sure he was screened. He said no comment. And what if people were not, and the next thing we heard was that the committee told him to take a bow and leave. I mean, so it's Rivers, simply because of Nyesom Wike. If anybody doesn't want to say it, but that is the truth. Remove him from the equation now, and you see there's peace in the state, and it's getting away with all this because it has someone who is enabling him, and that person is the president. He's the president. Okay, where is the place of Rivers people in all this calculation? Where is the place of Rivers people this calculation? Okay, we're talking about election now, 27. We're saying, okay, what is going to run on, for instance? It's going to run on his achievement? We're not looking at that. We're looking at, a whole lot of shenanigans, inconsequential things. Inconsequential things because Wike is making it impossible for peace to reign in that state. That is the truth. So we cannot just say this. That is the truth. And I saw him yesterday, was saying, am I a native doctor? I mean, it's irritating. We have other states, it's not only Rivers. We have other ministers. It's not the only minister in Tinubu's administration. Why is it fomenting trouble everywhere? Why is it Rivers? Why am I not talking about Imo State? Why am I not talking about Anambra State? Why am I not talking about Lagos? Why am I not talking about Ogun State? Why am I not talking about Edo State? Why am I not talking about Delta State? But it's Rivers because of one person. Power is transient. I don't think they know these things. It will come and go. It's crazy.
Okay, well, you have just mentioned that Wike in Rivers State. If I can get Barrister back on the screen, Wike, you are saying that if Wike is removed, you will see that there will be peace in Rivers State. But this is Wike stating that Fubara agreed to step down after the president and assembly withdraw his impeachment. However, now he says Fubara is backtracking, claiming people want him to return. Wike's question was, who are these people? Stating that the politicians often claim that we are persuaded to rerun their elections. If we can have Barrister back. Barrister, did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said.
And then did you hear what Mr. Tony here said?
Yes.
Oh no, the network is actually affecting us this morning. Okay, so this is what Fubara has stated. Let me come back to you, Tony. Fubara has stated, Wike is saying that Fubara agreed to step down.
No, they agreed to step down. For what exactly? That's a question. Step down for what purpose? For what purpose? You spent 8 years as a governor of that state. Why would Fubara step down? For what exactly? If not for dirty politics. Why would they step down? The question what he would have told us, oh, he agreed to step down because he cannot perform. Or he's not delivering. Or the Rivers people are saying he should step down. For, you said he should step down. For what exactly? Because he disobeyed you. You feel he disobeyed you. So, but if the people like him, what are you going to say? What's your place now? Again, it goes back to that issue of we could be in charge of my sadness, my annoyance is the fact that the president is enabling Wike to do all this.
But the president called them for settlement.
He said, go. I mean, all the politics that will benefit just a few.
about, and you know, it's saddening to him how the politics in Rivers State is playing. But do you believe the incident will reflect deeper divisions within Rivers State politics?
All about Wike. Wike is just the leader of a political family. The political family come together in a meeting, check who among their candidates in their party.
Okay, I think the network is not giving us a friendly atmosphere this morning. And then Chimzi was just going to explain how it is played in Rivers State. Yes.
I was expecting to speak like an opposition. But he's speaking like an arm of APC or Rainbow Coalition in Rivers. I mean, you want to explain to me, and Fubara belonged to a political family, and of course, Wike belonged to a political family before he was made a governor. Before he was made a governor. You don't need to explain that to me. I know already. But for you to defend them, I mean, it makes your stand questionable as an opposition in that state.
Oh.
I mean, you cannot condone this because he belongs to. I mean, let him run for the 4. I mean, he has 4 years to run. But I blame the governor too. A weakling has no business in Nigerian politics today. They don't mix. You cannot be a weakling and be a governor at the same time. And you can see he's feeling the heat already. I mean, you have the instrumentality of being a governor of, I mean, we're talking about Rivers State here. You are the governor, the chief executive of a state like Rivers State. And you cannot stand up for yourself. You cannot stand up for people who believe in you. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I think Wike knows what he did by picking him up and saying, you fly a party flag in 2023. Because he knows that this is what he's going to get. There's no way. It's not justifiable whatsoever. And I don't want to hear that one state has done it before. We cannot continue to run the state. You picked him up, your political family, as you said. So what happened at the end of the day, because maybe return was not coming to the political family, people of this facts, do
we have Barrister back on the screen? Okay.
You can't defend your party. You're defending.
So please go ahead. You were saying something.
Okay, so as I was saying, now this political family, they have meetings where they now decide after talking who is qualified for this office, who is qualified for this office, who is qualified for this office. And then they say, okay, this is the person they are jointly adopting. It's not a situation where Wike just and people try to make it seem.
You know, but we are all seeing it in Nigeria today that Wike is actually the stronghold of Rivers State. We haven't even heard anything about this political family you are talking about. We just heard that Wike is a stronghold. He determines who runs and who doesn't run. Okay, so that's what the public is saying. If you can educate us more.
If you recall, when this issue began in 2023, about the later part of the year, at the end of the year, when the minister, Wike, was in the channel's interview, he had said it openly in his office that what really he was fighting for is destruction. He was not interested in preventing Fubara from running his government. He wasn't interested in that. Meanwhile, you recall that while Wike was governor of Rivers State, he was facing opposition. While Amechi was governor of Rivers State, he was also facing opposition. But the opposition they faced did not make them failed to carry out the duties they were supposed to carry out as governor. So Fubara has no excuse not to function in the proper way. He has no excuse. Now, while this battle has been on, he has been receiving allocations, he has been signing papers, he has been doing innovations. At least behind the government house, there was this, they called it government staff quarter, that they claimed they used to build. Less than 1 year, they are deroofing the entire place and renovating it. Then you are claiming that there is no budget. That's why you're not performing in the state. So where are you getting money from to finance these other projects that you're financing? The entire state is almost in comatose. And everybody is making it look as if it is wicked, it is wicked. What about the governor? What is he doing? Now, am I to believe that the governor is so weak that you'll be present in the meeting? In the same meeting, you will not agree that you are not running for second term. And then when you come out of the meeting, you will start acting contrary to what you agreed in the meeting. You were not under any gun influence. Nobody was pointing a gun at you to say you must agree. You could
okay, Barrister, let me cut you short in there. When you at the meeting, you know, let me cut you in short. I mean, if you're just like us, you know, it's what they dish out that we see, then do not have a genuine, you cannot hold any water by saying that he agreed in the meeting he was going to run for 1 term and came out and, you know, decided to run for a second term, because you were not in the meeting, except if you're telling us this morning you were at the meeting. Were you at the meeting?
I don't think what I have said, I have mentioned that I was in the meeting. I don't think I have said I was in the meeting. The media people working for the governor in Iraq, they
working for
wicked. To a point where everybody now believes that a meeting held, and in that meeting, the minister demanded that the governor will not run for second term. Now, that's what I'm asking. If they are telling you in a meeting that you should not run for second term, and you knew you were not going to keep to that agreement you were entering, why did you even enter the agreement in the first place? Nobody was going to beat you, nobody was going to kill you. So I said no. Okay. You are just creating the entire state. You are coming from this political. You know how that is a political family of
What kind of political point is this guy talking about?
If you know that you don't want to comply with the requirement.
Okay, Barrister, let me come to you as a barrister. From a legal standpoint, are there constitutional or party procedural issues that may arise after the incident, from this incident?
Now, if the governor says he was screened and maybe, or the news report is that he comes out of the screening committee venue. Now, that is not an emphatic statement. Nobody has actually said anything. Nobody has told us why he comes out. So we are all speculating points, the possible reasons why he would have come out. Now, the options available to anyone in the All Progressives Congress who buys the form to run for any office, whether governor, House of Assembly, head, or whatever, is that when the screening committee takes a decision that is not pleasing to you, you go to the appeal tribunal.
Okay.
Go there and go and express your grievance or whatever it is that you
okay, so there's a place he can go and appeal if he okay.
From doing that.
Thank you, Barrister. Let me come to you, Mr. Tony, in the House, because of time. What are your predictions for Rivers State politics in 2027 elections as it draws close?
If it's based on today's report, yesterday's report, in 2027, may be referred to as the former governor of Rivers State. That is based on the report that politicians are dishing out at the moment. It has an implication. It's a normal thing. Life goes on. The political family, as he's saying, you just pick another person and life goes on. And they don't care what the people of Rivers State want. It's immaterial to them. It's just what they want and how they'll benefit from it. Based on what he's saying, obviously he's a member of APC in the state. You would have introduced him as a member of APC.
No, but he is not. He ran under the People's Redemption Party.
Then, right? Not correctly, because he's not speaking like an opposition. It's like he's speaking in defense of the minister. How can you say, in your right conscience, that's handing in real?
It's that so very fast. Nigeria politics.
No. It favors members of that political family. The people does not count. We're talking about the people of Rivers State who the governor was sworn in to protect. But here we're talking about the political family. So they can change anybody if really the people of the state says we want this person.
Mr. Tony, we have to come back to continue this because time did not allow us to actually, look at it properly. And then to Barrister Bethel Chimsey, if I can have him on the screen. Thank you, Barrister, for joining us. Unfortunately, it was not enough for you to actually make us understand this political family in Rivers State. We hope to have you back to explain better what the political family in Rivers State is actually doing to be able to bring peace back to Rivers State. So thank you for joining us this morning. And to you, Mr. Tony, thank you for coming.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Bart.
And to our viewers out there, thank you for staying tuned to This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
Good morning. This is CMI Socials. Welcome to the street of social media, the city that really never sleeps. I am Anuoluwakpo Stevens. Better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now, today we begin in Kenya, where we saw French President Emmanuel Macron interrupted a speaker on stage at the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi to ask the audience to remain quiet. He says, and I quote, "This is a total lack of respect," Macron told attendees before urging those holding side discussions to continue them outside or in bilateral meeting rooms. Now, the French leader is in Kenya for the Africa Forward Summit, which has brought together more than 30 African leaders, business executives, and young entrepreneurs as France seeks to strengthen economic and political ties across the continent. Anyway, let's take a feel.
Go to our dumping sites, destroy our environment, open air burning, air pollution, and our beaches are dirty. So then...
Already? You're not waiting your turn.
I will make order. Excuse me, everybody. Hey. I'm sorry, guys. But it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise. So this is a total lack of respect. So I suggest, if you want to have bilaterals or speak about somebody else, something else, you have bilateral rooms or you go outside. If you want to stay here, we listen to the people. And we play in the same game. Okay? Thank you.
Emmanuel Macron right there in Kenya, literally telling them to shut up or go outside, you know. Well, how did you take this online? Let's look at tweets and reactions. We'll start off with this one who wrote on X. The French president went to Africa to tell people to shut up. Not a good look. Chris on X. Another user still reacting to this wrote online. Let's see. This one says, Ruto is weak. A visitor in your house shouldn't be the one calling for order. As the head of the home, it is your responsibility. Zuko on X. Well, still in the story, another user wrote, grandstanding for the cameras as usual. Nothing genuine about that PR stunt. Daily quibble on X. Well, still taking more reactions to this beat. This user finally wrote, what's crazy is even in his own country, he's booed everywhere. So for him to think he can just get up on stage and take control of things like it is his ballpark is bluntly disrespectful. There's an order to things wherever you go. That's white superiority at play right there. Okay, well, interesting stuff, I must say. Now back here in Nigeria, in Abuja, the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, has distanced himself from issues surrounding the All Progressive Congress APC screening of aspirants in Rivers State. Now, Wike insisted that he had no role in the party's affairs or screening process, stressing that he is neither a native doctor nor a prophet. He spoke during an inspection tour of ongoing infrastructure project in Abuja yesterday. Let's take a look.
I'm not a member of the APC, so I don't know what's happening in their screening. And I don't also know whether they publish the results of the screening. So it will be difficult for me to comment. Even if they do, why would I comment? I don't know the reasons they have. So of course our own party will soon start their screening today, tomorrow. So that is where you should ask me question. What pertains to me, not what does not concern me. So that's what I want to say.
No, I asked because it's your godson.
Yeah, we're not in the same party. So what do you want me to do? He has not reported to me that there's any problem. I'm not a native doctor. Neither am I a prophet. To go and begin to, I've seen something somewhere now. So I don't have any role to play there. Very much that's the essence of the Rainbow Coalition. Look at it. We look at where we have the strength, we look at where these people have the strength, and we'll compare that. So we're good.
Well, there you have it. Wike saying he is not a native doctor, neither is he a prophet. Now, let's look at how you took this online. This user wrote on X. Let's see what we have. This one says, how long would they continue to underestimate Wike? This man has shown time and again that he is a mastermind in politics. Okay, well, that's your opinion to this. Well, this user wrote, from his tone you will know he has done something, hence he doesn't want to show it like he is behind what's happening to Sim Fubara as we speak. Now, still reacting to this viral video, another user wrote on X, sometimes there are some wars you can't win. Wike is one of those wars. Fubara has done his best. For someone like, I appreciate 6 months as a governor and not 4 years. Okay, well, still on this one, this user wrote, city happiness in Wike's face. I could actually finish that right up. City happiness in Wike's face. See the way he is smiling. Alrighty, away from that, hashtag JAM has been trending on X. Hashtag UTME has been trending on X as we can have the viral post, the viral tweet yesterday on JAM portal on X, where JAM did write that the heads of tertiary institutions in Nigeria had unanimously agreed that the minimum admissible scores for admissions into universities should be 150, colleges of nursing 150, and polytechnics 100. Now, the decision was taken at the 2026 JAM policy meeting on admission into tertiary institutions and the 6th edition of the National Tertiary Admissions Performance Merit Awards, which held at the Body of Benches in Abuja on Monday. Now, the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, he also insisted that 16 years remains the minimum age for admission into tertiary institutions. Now, let's take a look at how Gen Zs, well, netizens took this story online. This user for this tweet on X, if we could have the first tweet, Jenny wrote on X, is 150 not too low? You are not actually helping the students by lowering the mark. Okay, another user has something else to say. This one says, we are literally watching the standard of our education fall to its lowest in years. Well, still on the story, this user wrote, even at the previous 180, we still had graduates who don't know the full meaning of the acronym JAM or NYSC. Yet the government wants to further drop the bar. What's the point of the JAM examination then if you will need just 150 to gain admission? The board should be scrapped. Well, okay, well, still reacting, this one wrote, all of you ranting about JAM lowering cut-off marks. Have you tried having conversations with your younger ones trying to get admission into higher institutions? Then all is not well. I will blame phone, social media, and the internet for this decay. Most of the kids are dumb. Okay, well, I think you should say some of the kids are dumb, not most of the kids are dumb. But away from that, let's go over to Anambra State, where the Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, has revealed an ongoing crackdown on fake pastors in the state who exploits the vulnerable by preaching the gospel of salvation without the cross. Anyway, let's take a listen to him.
Teach the people the Christianity will not go to the cross. There is no salvation without the cross. It actually doesn't matter when they go on the cross after salvation. Faith, I want them to go forward and testify and they never and we want them. I want them to
Well, just need to prove what he said. He said he's going to crack down on fake pastors. He has started arresting them already. Same thing he did with native doctors. Now reacting to this online. Let's take tweets and reaction. This user wrote, church is meant for preaching, not gossiping. Okay, another user on X still reacting to this. This one says, Anambra is yet to be Dubai. Stay focused. Pastors are not part of your campaign promises. Well, still on this beat on Instagram, this one wrote, they don't even understand the implication of what this man is saying. He's actually mocking them and the God they claim to believe. How do you separate God from the working of the Holy Spirit? What this man is saying is, in one sentence, is that there is no God because miracles are the workings of the Holy Ghost. The Holy Spirit is the creative working ability of God. Can a man be more foolish than this? Okay, anyway. Away from that, finally, on TMI socials, in a video that has now gone viral, we get to see cash, well, actually tagged President Tinubu cash empowerment given to persons. Take a look. Well, if it is not politics politicking already, we have two tweets in this story and wrap things up this morning. With this user actually saying, if we could have our first tweet, this one says, temporary relief to make the gullible people forget the pain. Another user on Instagram still wrote, money that should have been used to fix infrastructure is now shared in bits and pieces. Well, it is on that note we wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwa Stevens, and from all of us on This Morning on ITV, Abuja, Lagos, and here in Edo State. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Tonight, FCT Police warns officers against accidental discharge. Federal government intensifies polio eradication efforts. 6 traditional leaders support. Edo Security Squad arrests 12 suspected cultists, seals alleged initiation centers. Edo Government House Press Corps holds memorial service for late ITV and radio reporter King Uchebu. Federal government says it is set to implement digital transformation initiative in the sector. Many thanks for joining the news on ITV. I am Joyce Ikogu, joined by Wilson Omasha from our Benin Network studio. Good evening, Wilson. How are you doing today?
I'm doing much better. Thank you, Joyce, for asking. How is Abuja this evening?
Abuja is cool and calm. We had heavy rain showers this evening. Thanks for asking also. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriel. Good evening, Patricia. It's always good to. How is Lagos today?
Joyce, hi. Thank you, Joyce.
Many thanks, Pat. Remember, you can watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now let's set sail. The Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, has urged police personnel in the Federal Capital Territory to improve their weapon handling skills to prevent accidental discharge during operations. Security correspondent John Tainer reports that the FCT police boss stated this during the shooting range simulation exercise held in Abuja.
Mental alertness and proper weapon handling remain essential for security personnel during operational engagement to prevent accidental discharge. The Nigerian Police Force has in the past recorded several incidents of accidental discharge, some of which resulted in casualties. In a bid to address the situation, the Federal Capital Territory Police Command organized a shooting range simulation exercise aimed at sharpening the weapon handling skills of officers and improving their operational efficiency. The FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanusi, personally supervised to ensure strict safety protocols and proper arms handling by participating officers. Addressing the officers, the police commissioner charged them to become proficient in weapon handling to avoid accidental discharge that could lead to unnecessary loss of lives and injuries.
You can now bear firearm when you have been successfully master the art of manipulating your firearms effectively. You need this not just because we don't want you to cause trouble in town by accidental discharge to kill someone else, but also to protect you from accidental discharge to kill yourselves.
FCT Police Command has in recent times intensified engagement with operational commanders and officers as part of ongoing reforms introduced by the Office of the Inspector General of Police to strengthen professionalism and operational standards within the force. From Abuja, John Tainer, ITV News.
In other news, the federal government has called on traditional and religious leaders across northern Nigeria to sustain efforts towards a polio eradication and improved healthcare delivery, saying their support remains critical to expanding immunization and reducing maternal and child deaths. The coordinating Minister of Health, Professor Ali Pate, stated this at the first quarter meeting of the Northern Traditional Leaders Committee on Primary Healthcare Delivery in Abuja. Joseph Kadri has more.
Addressing Northern Traditional Leaders Committee on Healthcare Delivery alongside Rotary International, World Health Organization and UNICEF, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare and the Executive Director, NPCDA, say Nigeria's progress in immunization coverage was made possible through the commitment of traditional institutions, stressing that health remains the foundation of human capital development and economic growth. They urged the committee to continue advocating vaccine uptake, quality nutrition, maternal and child health care.
We've seen tremendous progress in revitalizing primary health care done in collaborated government. That everything will be reviewed, and the traditional leaders are closer to the communities. They can be able to attest to that, and if they're
as we're trying to eradicate circulating variant polio, they are also strong partners here. And I have to say that we have seen so far will not have been possible without their support.
General Secretary of Rotary, John Hick, and the Chairman of the Samaila Mera described Nigeria in interrupting wide polio transmission, but fragile, warning that the gains must be protected through sustained campaigns.
This is why we ask for your continued voice and vigilance to help us keep immunization at the top of the community agenda, beyond campaigns and beyond elections. With your support, we will finish the job and ensure that polio never returns to any Nigerian home.
We'll pay attention to those households that refused to accept in the last round. So everything we do is aligning process to better what we do every day.
From Abuja, Jodri News.
For more news in network, we now take you to our Benin studio. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin studio. 12 suspected courtiers have been arrested and 2 apartments allegedly used as court initiation centers sealed by the operatives of the Edo State Special Security Squad, codenamed Operation Flush Out Courtists and Kidnappers, during coordinated raids across several parts of Benin City. The operation followed the killing of a young man near the main gate of the University of Benin on Sunday. The report filed by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Ikmomosa Ugiagbe.
The Chief Security Officer and Principal Security Officer to Governor Monday Okpebolo led the raids carried out in Ekosodi, Isio, Old Road off S&T Barracks, Airport Road, 19th Street, Ugbowo, Ogba, Ewodia and Ewomori quarters. Spokesperson for the security squad, Noah Idemudia, said intelligence reports indicate that some community youths known as Okaele are allegedly aiding criminal activities and harboring illegal weapons linked to violent attacks across the state. Idemudia warned community leaders and Okaigele to ensure peace within their domains, stressing that anyone found with unlicensed weapons would be treated as a criminal. He clarified that the 12 suspects arrested were not directly linked to the killing near the Unibank gate, but were allegedly identified as members of different court groups after incriminating materials and symbols were reportedly recovered from them. The suspects have since been handed over to the anti-courtism unit of the Edo State Police Command for further investigation and profiling.
We have gotten intel that most of these sophisticated weapons, these weapons that they use in carrying out these deadly assassination activities here in Edo State, comes from communities.
According to the squad spokesperson, one of the sealed apartments located at Ogba Ewodia was allegedly being used for court initiation activities, while another property at Ewomori quarters reportedly contained shrines and fetish objects suspected to be linked to court rituals. Owners of both properties have been invited for questioning. Idemudia also warned against planned court anniversary celebrations in the state, saying security operatives have been directed to arrest anyone involved in unlawful gatherings linked to court groups. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Not less than 119 crime suspects linked to offenses ranging from kidnapping, courtesan, armed robbery, murder, rape and defilement to unlawful possession of firearms and other crimes have been arrested by the Edo State Police Command. The Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, disclosed this during a press briefing in Benin City on Tuesday, where he also officially launched the command's Violent Crime Response Unit. Crime correspondent Joladojo reports.
Presenting the command's operational scorecard from March 2026 to date, CP Monday Agbonika confirmed the arrest of 55 suspected kidnappers, including members of a notorious kidnapping syndicate allegedly led by Yusuf Azan, popularly known as Dogo Yellow, accused of terrorizing part of Edo Central Senatorial District. The police commissioner also revealed that 15 suspected cultists, 8 armed robbery suspects, and 15 murder suspects were arrested within the period under review.
3 suspects were arrested for unlawful possession of firearms, as well as 58 kidnapped victims who were successfully rescued. Permit me to also express serious concern over the disturbing incidents of rising sexual and gender-based violence in the state. Within the last 2 months alone, the command has arrested over 23 sexual assault suspects. Our recoveries made include 2 AK-47 rifles, 6 pump-action guns, 7 locally made firearms, 13 cartridges, and other caliber ammunition.
CP Agbonika thereafter announced the establishment of the Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRU, a specialized tactical team created to combat violent crimes across the state. The unit will be headed by CSP Osagi Gospower Etiosa.
This is to specially commend and honor uncommon professionalism and outstanding commitment to crime-fighting operations through the successful busting of kidnappers and babes and rescue of kidnapped victims during coordinated tactical operations. The Commissioner of Police, Edo State, proudly recognizes your outstanding service and encourages you to sustain this commendable standard.
A tactical crime fighting vehicle was also unveiled to strengthen the operational capacity of the newly established unit in tackling crime across Edo State. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Members of the press corps attached to Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo on Monday held a solemn service in honor of their late colleague Kingsley Uchegbu, a correspondent attached to the governor's office who passed away after a brief illness on the 6th of May 2026. The report by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Osamudeme Osaigi.
The service, held in an atmosphere of reflection and prayers, was presided over by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Dr. Patrick Akiri Ebujeli. Dr. Ebujeli said the event was organized to pay respect to a friend, brother and colleague, Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu, whose life impacted many within and outside the Government House press family. Reflecting on the certainty of life and death, Dr. Ebujeli said death remains the only certainty in life, irrespective of status or wealth.
One thing I have learned is that either we become rich, become famous, become poor. It's not certain. The only certain thing in life is death.
Special advisor to the governor on electronic media, Paul Izenwa, described late Mr. Kingsley Uchegbu as a committed and dependable professional whose legacy would continue to inspire those who worked with him.
Uche lived a life that touched every one of us. Uche talks less, but does more. So be appealing to God and for his soul to be received in heaven.
Delivering the sermon, Government House chaplain Apostle Sule Faraday, who urged those present to appreciate God for the impactful life lived by late Kingsley Uchegbu. He said the occasion should be seen as a moment of thanksgiving rather than despair.
It's a time you begin to thank God for the life our late brother Kingsley Uchegbu lived. It's a time to thank God that he has a family.
Among dignitaries present at the service were the Executive Assistant to the Governor, Mr. Fred Oyabure, Special Advisor on Communication, Strategy and Media Projects, Godswill Inegbe, and Special Advisor on New Media and Visual Communication, Jackson Monday Isangofon, among others. Osemudeme Osagi, ITV News.
As part of activities to mark the 27th Founders Day celebration of Igbenedion University, Okada, a solemn and uplifting Thanksgiving service has been held at the university's Chapel of Grace, Okada. The colorful service drew an impressive gathering of distinguished guests, academics, residents of Okada community, students, and well-wishers from different walks of life. The report by Williams Babayem is presented by Pius Nsogo.
In an atmosphere filled with joy and reverence, the university's management team, led by the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, joined the congregation in a spirited procession to the altar to offer thanks to God for the institution's enduring legacy and continued growth. Taking the first Bible reading, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, who was represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Professor George Izewua, reflected the spirit of unity and gratitude that defined the occasion.
Oh, give thanks unto the God for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of Lords, his mercy endureth forever. To him who alone doeth great wonder.
The sermon was delivered by Reverend Father Richard Ozioko, who charged the congregation to remain steadfast in faith, service, and dedication to excellence, while commending the university for its remarkable contributions to education and national development over the past 27 years.
We want to hear us, and not just hear us alone, but what? Do what? The word of God. That's what the Lord is trying to tell us. And he said in
I learned that they must be generous in our life. The same way the founder of the university, Igbenedion Esther
27 years is not easy, so we bless God for His presence, His faithfulness, His guidance, and we thank our founder for making this edifice here. We bless God's name for using him.
The Thanksgiving service was a fitting demonstration of gratitude to God for an opportunity to mark yet another Founders' Day celebration, leaving worshippers inspired and hopeful for an even brighter future for the institution. The Founders' Day lecture comes up on Saturday 16. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Next up is our Lagos Network, where Patricia has more reports coming from that region. Over to you, Pat.
Joy Covinley. The federal government says it has got plans to implement digital transformation initiative in the aviation sector. The Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, Captain Chris Nojemo, disclosed this at a stakeholders meeting in Lagos. Aigboje Kwara reports.
Addressing stakeholders during the digital transformation initiative, the director of the Captain Chris Njomo said Nigeria is lagging behind other nations in the transition from analog operations to digital systems, especially in the area of licensing.
In America is key to airline operators, isn't it? It's very, and I'm sure the airline operators are saying, when are we going digital? When are we having 1 week, 2 weeks for our licensing to come out? Sometimes they say 1 month. I get calls, but I tell you, it's going to be over soon. You don't. Once this is implemented, I hear 48 hours, there will be no long wait. Is that not what we're looking for?
Also speaking on the importance of the transition, the Director Airworthiness Standards, Engineer Balong Godwin, said the initiative has become necessary following the rapid expansion in the nation's aviation.
What MP that the aeromedical a portal, so that one nation here, as they click their department here, picks it up immediately. The system picks it up, and the system picks information like what happens now, like when you get a license, you type the information into it. Typing comes with errors. But with digital system
sectors went through the process of converting hard copy licenses into digital card format. From Lagos, Aigboje Horia, ITV News.
In another story, the Lagos State Police Command says it has arrested 2 suspected members of a notorious one-chance robbery syndicate, allegedly involved in robbing unsuspecting passengers across the parts of the state. Police also recovered an operational tricycle allegedly used in carrying out the criminal activities. The suspects were apprehended in a routine stop and search operation conducted by officers of the command along Iyanopaja Road. The command said the tricycle conveying 3 occupants was intercepted for a search, during which one of the occupants was found in the possession of 3 Android phones suspected to have been stolen from unsuspecting victims. Police added that while the search was ongoing, the tricycle rider suddenly sped off, abandoning the other occupants at the scene.
You're still tuned to ITV's main news. Let's take a break. More reports in a bit. Do stay.
Governor Monday Okpebholo has promised that Edo State will be taken to enviable heights with rapid infrastructural development before the end of his first term in office. He gave the assurance on Tuesday while inspecting several ongoing road and erosion control projects across Edo South Senatorial District. The report filed by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented by Williams Yama.
The inspection tour took Governor Monday Okpebholo to key project sites in Benin City, including the Ekiwa University of Benin Road, also known as Temboga Road Extension, Oba Ediawa Road off Upper Mission Road, Ikpoba Hill Flyover, and a racial control project, as well as the Adesua Flyover on Sapele Road. Speaking with journalists during the tour, Governor Okpebholo expressed satisfaction with the pace and quality of work, especially at the Adesua Flyover, Sapele Road, Benin City, where sections of the road have already been asphalted.
So you can see the extent of work that has been done in those places. A lot has been done. We have achieved so much. But believing that by the grace of God, if we continue at this pace, then the sky will be our limit, and though will be a modern city.
The Edo State Governor also highlighted ongoing drainage and stormwater management projects aimed at tackling erosion challenges in parts of the state. He maintained that his administration remained committed to infrastructure development and credited President Bola Tinubu's support and the renewed hope agenda for the progress recorded so far.
The stormwater drain, which is 7 kilometers into the river. I'm also very grateful to the contractors, to our president, who is ever supporting, the ever supporting president.
Residents of the affected communities welcomed Governor Okpebholo warmly, praising the rehabilitation of abandoned roads and ongoing erosion control projects in their areas.
This road, they were neglected. It has been very, very bad for the past years. But we were lucky to have seen this. Just remember.
The man do better if you see mode where they pass for there before. You know the 50 now they now full our road too. Where they pass before now come do and come fine for our. No see God go bless this campus. We do this thing. Jesus name I pray.
William Siama, ITV News.
A Benin High Court has dissolved the 12-year marriage between journalist and media entrepreneur Best Mbire, also known as Best Orator, and her estranged husband Michael Okechukwu Mbire over what the court described as an irretrievable breakdown of the union. The court also granted custody of the couple's 3 children to the petitioner and ordered the respondent to refund 21,500,000 naira, allegedly paid by the petitioner to settle debts linked to fraud allegations involving his former workplace. Afure Aneto reports.
Delivering judgment, Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okungbawa, dissolved the marriage contracted in February 2014 after both parties consented to the separation. The court held that the welfare and interest of the children remained paramount, pointing out that the children were still of tender age and should remain in the custody of their mother. Justice Okungbawa granted custody of the 3 children to the petitioner and also granted the respondent visitation rights. The court ordered the respondent to pay 100,000 naira monthly for the upkeep of the children alongside their education and medical expenses, and to refund 21,500,000 naira allegedly expended by the petitioner in settling debts linked to fraud-related allegations involving his former workplace. Reacting to the judgment, Best Orator expressed mixed feelings over the collapse of the marriage, but described regaining custody of her children as her greatest relief after years of separation.
I endured bigamy for 2 years, adultery for over 9 years. Under the same roof we were, the whole family teamed up with him, went to the east, got an Igbo woman for him. As I speak to you, they have 2 children together. In 2018, this man defrauded Intercontinental Distillers 44 million naira that I didn't know what he did with the money. I paid 21,500,000 naira. They brought this guy from Oko. He was at home, he's not literate. I married him because of religion, nothing else. I followed him to Onitsha market where we bought our first goods, 7 million. He said we can get a land in Iyowa. I said how much? He said around 300 or 350. 2016, I gave him that money cash. Today, the house I bought, the house I built, because they are in his name, the court gave it to him that I couldn't prove it. I am happy that they said I should have my children.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
Supporters and political associates of Matthew Ikeme from different political parties have officially purchased a nomination form for him to contest Edo South senatorial seat under the platform of the African Democratic Congress. Pius Nsogo reports that the group operated under the aegis of Committee of Friends of Honorable Matthew Idoekeme made the announcement during a press briefing held at the party secretariat on Anene Street, GRA, Benin City. We'll bring to you details of that report later. Moving on, Engineer Barnabas Odion has picked the expression of interest and nomination forms to contest Edo State House of Assembly seat to represent Asa South-East constituency under the platform of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Engineer Barnabas Odion, who was accompanied by some ADC leaders and supporters, picked the forms at the party secretariat in Benin. Ikpomusa Ugiagbe reports.
The receipt of the expression of interest and nomination forms by the House of Assembly aspirant, Engineer Barnabas Aizenose Odion, at the ADC State Secretariat in Benin City sparked off jubilation by enthusiastic members of the ADC and his supporters. Speaking after receiving the forms, Engineer Odion thanked the party executives at the state and Eastern Southeast local government area for providing the platform to contest the House of Assembly seats. He said with the expression of interest and nomination forms, every hand should be on the deck to ensure he gets the candidacy and victorious in the election so as to provide adequate representation.
I'm very happy and very excited because this form is the first step in our political party to actualize my dream to represent my people in Edo State House of Assembly, that's East and Southeast local government. By the special grace of God, if I'm duly voted into that position, we will bring the dividends of democracy to our people.
Some leaders of ADC and supporters described Engineer Barnabas Odion as a loyal member capable of representing his constituency.
He's a young man who has an aspiration to rule, and he's a leader. And he has demonstrated that leadership prowess, and that is the essence why we are saying he should go to Edo State House of Assembly to represent us.
We know him, he's a sellable candidate, a very serious politician, trusted, he has everything that it takes to go to the House.
Honorable Barnabas is a grassroots mobilizer, a man that is loved by people, a man that loves the youth, women, and loves everybody. He has demonstrated his loyalty in a very big manner.
He's a passionate leader, a man with growth and development to serve the people. It comes with humility and leadership and a genuine desire to serve the people.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Ikpomosa Odion, has restated the commitment of the Okpebholo's administration to adopting new technologies and improving efficiency and productivity in the livestock sector. The commissioner made a statement when he led a delegation of the ministry and Edo El Press project staff to conduct an on-the-spot inspection of the ongoing artificial insemination exercise across the state. William Siama reports.
At a farm in Igwebe, local government area, Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Omorodion, interacted with the expert and consultant, Dr. Atie Kuje, who leads the team on the exercise across the 3 senatorial districts. The consultant, Dr. Kuje, explained that the exercise has gone around Edo South and North senatorial districts in the previous weeks and is currently in Edo Central senatorial district. Professor Omorodion requested that the attached trainees to the expert team should demonstrate the knowledge gained so far on the exercise by performing an artificial insemination on a cow. According to the commissioner, this is to ensure the ingenious inseminators are knowledgeable to continue with the exercise in absence of the consultants.
This exercise is primarily targeted at improving the reproductive health status of animals around Edo State, increasing disease resistance, and also better outputs in terms of beef production and meat production.
The consultant, Dr. Atie Kuje, gave exposition of the procedures for inseminating a ruminant livestock animal.
With this one, the carcass yield might increase to 70% because they have high muscle deposition and then they mature earlier. Oh, you might have to wait for 3 years, 4 years before you get your own bull to be fully developed. But this one, within 2 years, it's fully developed, the muscles are developed, and then you have more profit.
The state El Press under the Ministry of Livestock has already awarded the AI Center for the construction of the AI Center. and we'll be well equipped too. And in that place, artificial insemination will be taking place. Doctors, people, practitioners, they will go to the field to inseminate animals, and animals can also be brought to the center too.
The artificial insemination program is aimed at improving quality, ingenious livestock genetic materials among HealthPress project beneficiaries in Edo State and Nigeria. William Siama, ITV News.
We will take a break. We'll be right back. A 10-year-old boy, thank God Alex, who went missing after school hours on Monday, has been found by operatives of Edo State Security Corps. The child, who left his school located along GRA Airport Road, was discovered around midnight along the Ikpoba Hill Bypass Corridor in Benin City. Crime correspondent Joladojo reports.
10-year-old Thank God Alex, a Primary 5 pupil of Family Support Program Nursery and Primary School in Benin City, never imagined his journey home after school would turn into hours of uncertainty and fear. According to the pupil, his mother sometimes drops him and his sister off at school in the morning and picks them up later in the day, while on some occasions he returns home by himself. However, on Monday, Alex said he was instructed to head home alone after school hours, as he was not assigned any responsibility to pick up his sibling. The boy, who resides at Egiato Street, around the Uwa axis in Benin City, lost his way and wandered through several areas before ending up around the Ikpoba Hill bypass late at night.
I used to drop my sister before I go to school. If we're going back, I'll carry her.
Yesterday now, you did not even carry your sister?
No, my daddy said he'll carry her.
What time did you leave your school yesterday?
Say, around 1 o'clock. And I not to my classmates. I don't know my house again. And I say, let me help you now, fan it. Now fan. Now say, after you want to go home.
Deputy Corps Commander Operations, Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogun, said the pupil was found by operatives of the Ikpoba Hill Sector Command at 12 midnight, appearing stranded and disoriented.
So we thank God that our men are vigilant. He's even on uniform. They sighted him midnight. They took him to their custody, they take care of him, and early this morning they brought him to us that we can reunite him with his family. So you see, we only let's see to our parents that you must keep watch over your children.
The child was thereafter handed over to the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development.
I want to commend the efforts of Mr. Balogun of the Edo State Security Corps, because a lot of things are going on in the society, and this is one of such of the menace.
From Benin, Joladojo, ITV News.
The Edo State Council of Nigerian Union of Journalists NUJ on Monday evening commemorated the passing of reggae icon Bob Nesta Marley with tributes at reggae performances aimed at promoting unity, peace and togetherness, values the late musician stood for throughout his lifetime. Joy Obaisiabo reports.
May 11th is observed annually across the world as Bob Marley Day, marking the anniversary of the reggae legend death of May 11th, 1981. At the Marley Night organized by the Edo State Council of the NUJ, journalists and invited guests gathered in an atmosphere of relaxation and reflection, accompanied by reggae music and goodwill messages. In his remarks, Chairman of the Edo NUJ Council, Comrade Festus Aleke, encouraged journalists to remain committed to professionalism by ensuring accuracy and proper verification of information before dissemination.
Journalists too, despite the fact that we run stories, it's also our responsibility to deepen human rights, and that is what Bob Marley stood for. We must observe the ethics of the journalistic profession, which takes us to ensure that we verify every information that comes our way.
The high point of the event was the rendition of Bob Marley's popular One Love anthem, symbolizing unity and togetherness, as well as the presentation of awards to distinguished personalities. Some guests and members of the NUJ described the event as a unique platform for journalists to unwind, while reflecting on Bob Marley's contribution to societal development through his music and advocacy for peace.
Reggae is my music. It enlightens the body. Relieving yourself of the stress of the day. It should be a thing that should continue.
It's bringing us together. I know as journalists, we work all the day. So we have this opportunity. We are happy. We are sharing one love. We are meeting ourselves. It's a good one.
Dignitaries at the event, including chapel chairmen and secretaries, NUJ Vice Chairman Ede Agu, Managing Director of Edo State Transport Service Barrister Festus Eimoa, and the Chief Press Secretary to the Edo State Government, Patrick Ebujele. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Residents of Edo State have joined the rest of the world in celebrating International Nurses Day, paying tribute to nurses for their dedication and vital contributions to healthcare delivery. As the global community marks the 2026 edition of the event, citizens are also calling on government at all levels to improve the welfare of nurses and address the growing shortage of healthcare personnel in Nigeria. Joy Obaisiagbon reports.
Feel very happy. I'm so happy to be a nurse, to encourage people to give our best, to nurse patients, giving them all the best succor that we can do. I'm proud to be a nurse.
This year's International Nurses Day, observed on May 12, 2026, is themed Our Nurses, Our Future, Empowered Nurses Save Lives. The campaign highlights the need for greater investment in the nursing profession as healthcare demands continue to rise globally. In Benin City, some residents praised nurses for their resilience, compassion, and commitment to patient care. However, the stressed the need for improved relationships between nurses and patients to enhance service delivery.
Nurses are very essential in this world. They take care of us. The nurses are trying. We thank God for their lives and we pray that the government will do more for them.
They complement the efforts of the doctors. But one thing is very spectacular about the nurses, most especially in government hospitals, their attitude towards patients. Even when patients are dying, you call on the nurses, they don't respond. They have that nonchalant attitude as if it's their father's place of work.
A medical practitioner described the nurses as the backbone of the healthcare system. He emphasized the need to encourage more young Nigerians to embrace the profession and urged government to take urgent steps to tackle the shortage of nurses in the country.
For the fact that there is shortage of nursing in the system, there's still a need for them to give out their best. The government will have to play a role to ensure that this shortage of nurses in the healthcare system is contained. This can be done through the establishment of more nursing school, encouraging the student to go into sciences.
Other residents called for better salaries, improved working conditions, and enhanced incentives to motivate nurses and discourage the increasing migration of healthcare workers abroad. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We will now join Tolulope Oguntimehi for stories trending in the world of sports.
The President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has approved Nigeria's proposed hosting of the 14th Ordinary General Assembly of the Confederation of African Football, as well as this year's CAF Awards ceremony. The 14th CAF Ordinary General Assembly will take place in October this year. The President announced this at the ongoing Africa Forward Summit ongoing in Nairobi, Kenya, following a meeting with CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe, with Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister, Mrs. Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, President of the Nigeria Football Federation, Ibrahim Musa Gusau, Special Advisor to CAF President Amaju Mevin-Pini, and CAF Acting General Secretary Samson Adamu in attendance. The CAF Ordinary General Assembly brings together leading figures in African football, including President of CAF's 54-member association, representatives from the 6 zonal unions, and senior football officials from across the continent. The CAF Awards is an annual showpiece event that celebrates the best performance in African football in an atmosphere of glee, glamour, and sheer panache. Jose Mourinho is in the final negotiation to become Real Madrid's next head coach, 13 years after his first spell at the Bernabeu. The 63-year-old is a clear favorite and currently the only candidate Real are in talks with over the role. He will replace current head coach Alvaro Arbeloa, who only took charge in January following Xabi Alonso's departure. Real Madrid president Florentino Perez first considered the possibility of Mourinho's return 2 days after Xabi Alonso left the club during initial conversation with the Portuguese coach's representatives. Mourinho has been manager of Benfica in his native Portugal since joining on a 2-year contract last September, and only yesterday told media he did not want to talk about his future just yet. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutimen Tolulopo Ogutimen.
And that's it on ITV News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Yenu ni me wa yele na ga. Ina so ti wi ewe. Ina le ti di agun ya ya zo mo dion. Èmi o pa.
Oh my son, my dear. We say oh my dear. Oh, we na go here. Ina be a give
ina do ba o.
Yes.
Ina do se mo.
Yes, my dear. We sit down and oh, ina go here we see. What's my dear? It's
Sama tope.
Wayadi ma pome samane. Wayadi ma pome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will say. Papa. Look, Caliban, what you know, no wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa maboma. Awe huwe nini? Ejo uhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa hangi wala. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Bawi kwa de wuna mwana no mase wilo kaji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeri Madonna, Imazedion, Overo, Ovesniagbo, Emanazo, or Ugeri Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Idiokwa etinuto enue. Ibiagoma Idiokwa etinuto enue. Ibiagoma Idiokwa etinuto enue enue. Ọba la tọpẹ osanore umadogemo agbọn ẹyẹ ni àwọn ẹwà nọrí ọba osanore ọba umadogemo agbọn ẹyẹ ni àwọn ẹwà ẹlẹ́nu bí ẹ fàmẹ́ o. Wọ́n pa nìyẹ. Wọ́n pa nìyẹ o. Wọ́n pa nìyẹ. Ọba tó pẹ́. Bọ̀nùkí wẹ̀rẹ̀. Bàbá nùkí wẹ̀rẹ̀. Àbùkí sírí òkè o. Àbùkí sírí òkè kọ́. Àmì rẹ̀ náà yọ kí. Ẹ̀rìnlẹ́yẹ yòókù wọ́sàyẹ yìí wá. Ètò ìdòkú rí ẹ̀rẹ́ tó òkú maka. Ọba ìyẹnà. Báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I even know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are close 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on the president, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative tone on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow. Instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road, they will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those school, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children was supposed to write in school. They will remove those one away from the shed. They will fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those window have been fixed. Those doors have been fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry, and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investment, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that these have been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that especially in the northern region, There's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely. Because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy, and of course, in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere is security. The city where we are, those the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. To a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? I will say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government's primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it began to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. But in my own honest view, I think that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives, there are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now, I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without, incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And, the kind of, when you fight a war, that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
We blame the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. Farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know, if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet, we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms at will because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of a country which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in an issue, then it would be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right. To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about even is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even in the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment I become very insecure. So insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it. let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do it in another way too,
which is
romance,
nice, which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God himself is jealous.
There is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become best of friends, will become partners, and not just competitors. Yeah.
All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There's always a repercussion. There is always something. So that's what I talk about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are no casualty.
All right. I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you just joined us, it is the Guy Sangat Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you are entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing into the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You are there. You are stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that is actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't really talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
Okay, so the point I'm making is I don't know, they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman. Because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract. And then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're seeing that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just say be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand?
Right.
So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest way for me at that point. Like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it
Envy. All right.
So at the point where you be naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, who the person that it will eventually get to his turn. But the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analogy so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, you know, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, you know, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's smashing goals. Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience, and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going into jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous of the person you want to be. But no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that thing. This person can go through this process. I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through
to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through. Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certificate as some of them, but again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also allowed the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
Otherwise, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my pictures and you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous of you. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes, and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the HLM, the top HLM, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication,
yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. If when it comes to, for example, you grow up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this, and then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Just the same way for some ladies too. They see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and like, so you immediately become contented. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Bennett, like I like what I see, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody. At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.